You're good now? Notice of special meeting Tuesday, July 28, 2026, 6:30. This is a special meeting at the Old Stockman's Bank, and this meeting is now called to order. City Secretary, can you please call roll? He's muted.
You're muted.
Okay. Go ahead. Here. Going on to item 3, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juanita, do we have any citizens to be heard? You can hear them?
Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Okay. All right, I have Mr. Robert Martinez as a first speaker. Would you like to come up, sir? Or do you have a topic? We can't answer your questions, but if you'd like to say a statement, you can. Okay, did you want to make a comment? You can make a citizen's comment at this time.
Like it's been a few months, 6, 7 months already. LED lighting got all installed, basically in Cotula. There's still one light that hasn't been installed. I talked to one individual here on the council about it. I will not say his name at this time. I'd like to get that address. That's by my house,
What street is that, sir?
712 Baker Street,
Okay.
on Baker Street. And the flooding a year and a half ago, well, over a year ago, 13 months ago, my sister brought a application, handed it to someone, to Mr. Wright, supposedly has it. I'd like to know what's the status of that application. Right now, if it would have been in effect already right now, this could have helped the citizens of Cotula that have this flooding situation, that got hurt, if their houses got damaged. I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for the citizens of Cotula. I'm not asking for my mother. I'm not asking for none of my relatives. These people are not even related to me. I'm concerned about them. And it shows that I believe it's all of us should be concerned about them. We shouldn't just ignore them. I'm pretty sure they're not being ignored anyways, but as far as the city helping out with that program, that would have been a great idea. They could have been on the list already and maybe gotten back into the homes sooner. Um, I haven't gone out talked to anybody. I myself had 6 inches of rain in my yard. That's it. I didn't have an issue with water. That's why I'm not worried about my place. But as far as the citizens of Cotula, I believe we need this program. And if we can't come up with a budget, then I'm gonna see about just trying to get a committee, a private committee with certain individuals that are interested in the program. So we can try to do something for the city, even if we have to make plate sales to start it off with. Besides just, I'm talking about making plate sales so we can come up with enough money to give somebody $10,000, $15,000, not $1,000. I want the program to work. I want the program to help the people. That way, $2,000 is not going to get you nowhere. And you people that have built homes, you know what it is. It's a lot of money. It's not just the labor's expensive, materials expensive. I mean, it's just things that I believe that we need to do for the city. Like I said, sorry, but I know this is the second time I've addressed this situation about this program, and I will bring it up again. I mean, I know you can't answer my questions or don't really want to answer my questions. Don't even, some people don't even want to look at me. So I know where your heart is if you can't look at me in my face and tell me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Moving on, I think that's all the citizens.
Mayor, I just want to
comment we
verify
had.
that
Moving
you
on
guys
to,
can hear me and see me.
Department reports number 5, and I'm gonna go ahead and do utilities first with the gas department coming up because we have a visit from Railroad Commission, I believe, right?
That's correct. Have a Zoom meeting with Ms. Melinda Bennett, looking at here. She can guide with she's putting it.
Okay, I cannot hear.
Be here to give a presentation on how the investigation went, and if you could answer any questions that the council may have. Ms. Nestler, are you there? Can't hear her.
Melinda, can you hear?
No, I don't hear anything at all.
Can you hear me, Manny?
We had sound for all of about 30 seconds, and then when they called the utilities up, we lost sound again.
Melinda, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we lost sound after getting about 30 seconds of it when they called the utilities up,
Oh, okay.
but I can't hear the speakers, so I don't know what's being said.
They said to go ahead and do your presentation.
I don't have a presentation, other than I can show my screen for the inspection. So I can do that. I'll do that right now.
That'll work.
Okay, so if I could just take a moment to introduce myself. My name is Melinda Laughlin Best. I am a Railroad Commission Oversight and Safety Inspector out of Region 4, which is the headquarters in Austin. I've been an inspector for 4 years. Prior to that, I was on the operations side with CPS Energy, where we conducted transmission as well as gas distribution, peak shaving, LNG, and prior to moving back to manage the construction inspections, I was in customer engineering for about 8 years. So I would like to say that I've been to the city of Cotulla on different occasions. When I arrived, I was greeted with the most professional and also enthusiastic operators I had ever been able to work with before. being that I was an operator prior to coming to the commission, I was extremely impressed with the organization that I was met with. In attendance was Mr. Ray Sanchez. I believe that was his first day on the job. Mr. David Wright, the city administrator, and then consultant Simon Pena. I had worked with Simon before, so it was very nice to work with him again. I will say that Mr. David Wright presented to me all of the plans, programs, and procedures that were required under the Federal Code of Administration, which is commonly known as 49 CFR 192, as well as the Texas Administrative Code Title 16, Chapter 8. The plans, programs, and procedures were completely provided. There was nothing absent from that. And the records were available for all programs and procedures, maintenance and operation that we covered through the protocol of 192 checklist. So I can show you a demonstration of that if you could just give me a second. So starting at the very top of the 45-page document, we covered every one of the requirements listed on the protocol. And I'm going to try to zoom in, but I do apologize if it's not perfectly readable. But as you can see, Mr. David Wright presented to me the Operation Maintenance Emergency Operator Qualification Plan, the Distribution Integrity Management Plan that is required under the Federal Code of Regulation 49 CFR 192, as well as the TAC requirements, which includes your leak survey program, distribution facility replacement program. Damage prevention was provided for public awareness, drug and alcohol, leak grading. Every one of these requirements were met. They were marked satisfactory because I was able to physically review them, as well as the permit required under Texas Code, which is your TAC 8.51, your P95 organization report. So the information that I am providing is public record. And you are able to request this through the public record request form with the Railroad Commission. But again, all of this was met satisfactory. When I received the time to go into the field, I will say that we visited the gate station, which is actually located, I believe, in the city of Dilley. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where the gate station, which is your inlet from the gas supplier, was provided. And I was taken back completely, caught off guard. When I walked into the facility, I felt like it was a brand new facility, newly constructed, and I had never seen anything that nice in that location prior to. And I've been in that location about 7 times over the last 4 years. So as you can see, the satisfactory report that I provided to the commission that was approved by my management and my director was met and approved. So I do understand that the city of Cotulla, as through the assistance of Mr. Simon Pena, the consultant for the city, was able to provide qualified technicians who were able to bring the facility, as well as the other facilities that I visited, up to standards and within compliance. All of the records again were provided. The physical inspection, which I conducted, which included a cathodic protection testing, overpressure protection, and emergency key valve operations were met satisfactory. Mr. David Wright was present, Mr. Ray Sanchez was present, Simon Pena was present, myself was present, along with two technician consultants or vendors that conducted the test along with Mr. Ray Sanchez. So some of these that are marked NA, they are not applicable to the system. Such as the fact that y'all do not have any pipe in the ground that is unprotected. So that is a key point to point out. Every segment of pipe in your system is cathodically protected, as well as coated steel pipe or polyethylene pipe. This requirement is for the safety of the community and the citizens within the community. It means that your pipe is protected against corrosion of different sorts. We have microbial induced corrosion as well as atmospheric corrosion. And then you have your electrolytic and mechanical corrosion. So mechanical corrosion could be caused from an electrical short, electrical interference on the pipeline, from possibly incorrectly grounded electrical power lines in your community, or it could be the electrolytic, which could be the soil that y'all have in your community, along with water saturation can cause corrosion. But your pipeline met all the requirements and actually exceeded the requirements of the cathodic protection. Which just proved to me that the system is being protected as it needs to be in abundance. I will say I was highly impressed with it. The EP test locations were in very good working order, as well as your valves. And so I'm going to just move down to that section for just a second. As you can see, I didn't find any external corrosion, so those were marked NA. So the remedial measures that were taken were found to be satisfactory, which means that your system's being maintained the way it needs to be, whether it was through city personnel or through contracted vendors. Those contracted vendors are still required to meet the qualification standards of the Federal Code of 192. As well as the Texas Administrative Code, Title 16, Chapter 8. So their records, their qualification records were vetted by myself and found to be satisfactory. So then we'll move down to operations of the physical system. The physical system was in extremely good working order. I must say, I was again taken back. I felt like I was visiting a brand new system. With the amount of work that's been put into it. So I must say that I do commend the work of the people that are there working the system and bring it up to code. But within the physical inspection, I did not find any cast iron or copper pipe within your distribution system. So this area is marked as NA because it's not applicable. In some communities, such as Corpus Christi or other cities here within the state of Texas, even Austin has copper pipe, but your system has not had that located within it, which is a good thing because copper pipe is, well, copper in itself is a very soft metal. It's very subject to corrosion. So again, my findings were very good as far as the physical system. Now, there was one area of concern, and I have expressed it in writing on the inspection package, and it was the fact that there has been changes in leadership for the city, and during the change, sometimes things can fall through the cracks, and so At the time of the inspection, I did find that the records were not available for gas leak investigation, gas leak grading, or gas leak repair, which means that there was a total of 4 gas leaks. So a gas leak at grade 1 is the most severe. It could be anything from a gas leak that's been underground and migrating to underneath home foundations or building structures. Or it could be that maybe an excavator hit the gas line and the gas was blowing out of the line. Those 2 locations, I wasn't able to get complete records. They were leaks that were called in and reported to have been repaired July of 2025, both of them, 2 different dates in July, but they were from July of 2025, which was prior to Mr. Sanchez arriving or Mr. Wright. So to find out who really did all of the work, we were not able to, and we were not able to locate records, even though there was quite a bit of effort put into locating them, even while I was present. Then there were 2 gas leaks that were graded as a grade 2, which could be a serious leak, but doesn't require immediate repair. So a grade 2 gas leak, and you can find this in the Texas Administrative Code, it requires a repair as long as the safety of the community and the surroundings, which would be your home and your structures, your general public, is as long as the hazard is removed, the immediate hazard for that being removed, they have, a certain time frame to get it repaired, which they showed to have been repaired, but we could not find the records. So the reason why records are important is, number one, it tells you who did the work. It tells you when the work was done, what type of work was done to make the repair to the gas pipeline. The gas pipeline could be a gas distribution main or a gas service line, which would connect from the gas main to a resident's home or a commercial business meter. So we don't really have those records. We don't know if they were repaired properly. And we don't know what material was used in order to make those repairs. So if there was a failure on a coupling or a union, we wouldn't know how to record that, because the federal code requires that we keep track of appurtenances of your gas system that has known failures, right? So that's kind of how the industry regulates itself, is we keep track of valves or regulators, couplings that are manufactured poorly, so we can do proper recalls and what have you. But again, we don't have those records. So those 4 gas leaks, again, we did try to locate the records. I believe we even tried to contact the person who was there prior to, but we're not able to locate them. So that was the violation that was cited. Again, this goes back to personnel that were there prior to Mr. Wright and Mr. Ray Sanchez. And so we can't create something that wasn't there, and it was cited, but they have put into place some steps and procedures of double checking the work and a chain of command for the paperwork to be processed through so that it's properly recorded and maintained within your system, be it a physical record as well as a digital record. I do again want to tell the city of Cotulla that I was highly impressed with the amount of work that's been done to turn the system around and make it a viable and safe distribution system for the town. And if anybody has any questions, I would be more than happy to take questions and answer them as best as I can.
No, ma'am, I think we're good. Council members, do you have any questions? No?
No questions.
Thank you, Ms. Beth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Real quick before we repeat, grade 3 leak, how many leaks do you currently have?
Okay,
49.
I'm sorry.
So that's our official number that we found. All right. Thank you.
Well, good, they're talking to somebody else.
Grade 3. It's something that barely even has an odor.
What is I have a quick question, the status on Gardendale?
Gardendale.
Got a contractor out of Laredo that's already set up and lined up. We have US Rail Pros that are gonna set up the flagging, but we're waiting for a timeline from the Class 1 railroad to give us access. Even though we're gonna be more than 25 feet away from the Class 1 railroad, just as a safety precautionary measure, we've already communicated with them to make sure that they're aware that their oncoming switch on the south Y of the Gardendale Railroad facility is going to be blocked off for at least 6 to 8 hours. So it's just a matter of timing with the Class 1 railroad. After all the delays that they got with the flooding, they're asking that we work with them because they have a scheduling thing going on in Nebraska. I'm trying to get as much through as possible, and they haven't gotten back to me on a timeline. So as soon as they respond to my email with a timeline, I'll get back with the contractor and we'll try to schedule a specific date when we go out there and start potholing.
Steve, thank you also for the work that you did behind the scenes on trying to get this done. We've been trying to work with Gardendale for a couple of years now that I know of, since 2024 and then some. So thank you. Also, for those of you who have not met, this is Ray Sanchez, and he's currently with the city. I don't think everybody knows who you were. So Ray Sanchez is the supervisor over GAT, right, David? Yes, sir. So, council, do you have any questions for Mr. Sanchez?
Gas leak that we were trying to locate in the Gardendale area that is this the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you for working on the mitigation.
It's a bit scary. Off of the road, actually.
Good. All right, thank you, sir. Continuing on, I'm going to go ahead and come up with on departmental reports with municipal court. If municipal court will come up, please.
Mayor, member of the city council, city manager, city secretary, and everyone in attendance, good evening. First, I would like to thank each of you for the confidence you have placed in me by appointing me as your municipal judge. I am truly honored by the opportunity to serve the city of Cotulla, and I do take that responsibility to heart. I am truly honored by the opportunity, and I recognize that with this appointment comes a tremendous responsibility. And I am committed to earning the confidence you have placed in me through this preparation, professionalism, and public service. I would also like to recognize just Vicky Rodriguez for her many years of service to the City Council and thank her for her dedication to our community. I wish her all the best in her future endeavors. Since taking office a little over a month ago, my primary focus has been assessing the current status of the municipal court, organizing the office, and becoming familiar with the responsibilities of this position. During that time, I have also spent listening, asking questions, and learning from those with experience in the courts, so that as we move forward, I can bring informed recommendations before you. While organizing the office, I located an unprocessed money order in the amount of $176 dated June 29 of 2023. Since then, I have confirmed with the city secretary that those funds have been deposited into the city's operating fund. I have established contact with the Texas Municipal Courts Education Center and have begun working through the educational requirements for new municipal judges. Registration for the required new judges seminar is expected to open in September, and I plan to attend the next session in December. In the meantime, I am taking advantage of the educational videos and other resources they recommended so I can begin building a strong foundation before formal training begins. I have also started the required magistrate training, which must be completed within 60 days of my appointment. The more I study and learn about this position, the more I appreciate the scope of the responsibilities entrusted to the municipal judge. Every week, I learn something new that reinforces just how important it is that we build this court correctly from the beginning rather than having to correct the problems later. One thing that has become increasingly clear through this process is that the municipal court is much more than a place where city ordinances are heard. Its purpose is to administer justice fairly, to protect the rights of those who come before the court, and ensure that every case is handled in accordance with Texas law. Building a court that fulfills these responsibilities requires more than just holding court sessions. It involves establishing proper policies and procedures, maintaining accurate records, implementing appropriate technology, evaluating staff needs, developing partnerships and interlocal agreements where appropriate, and ensuring the city has the resources necessary to operate the court efficiently, professionally, and in a manner that protects the city, serves the citizens, and complies with Texas law. As I continue my education and research, my focus is not on how things may have been done in the past, but on understanding the legal standards and best practices for how the municipal court should operate. My commitment is to build a court that reflects professionalism, accountability, integrity, and public trust. There is so much to learn, and many decisions will eventually require discussion. I don't expect to have all the answers today, but I do promise to do the work, ask the right questions, and make decisions that are thoughtful, informed, and in the best interest of the city. My goal is to gather the information necessary to bring thoughtful recommendations before the council, rather than rush into decisions before fully understanding the legal and practical implications. With that in mind, I would encourage all of you to consider attending the TMCEC Councils, Courts, and Cities virtual clinic on August the 12th. I have the handout if anybody would like one. I believe it would provide all of us with a common understanding of the role of municipal courts and help guide future discussions as we determine the direction we want our municipal court to take. As we move forward, I am committed to doing this the right way. I will continue bringing information and recommendations back to you as I complete my trainings and get a better understanding of what will be required. I see this as an opportunity, not simply to establish a court, but to build one that serves the community well for many years to come. If we are going to establish a municipal court, I want us to build one that is professional, efficient, legally sound, and one that the citizens of Cotulla can have confidence in. At the end of the day, my responsibility is to serve the people of Cotulla with fairness, integrity, and respect. And that is the standard I intend to uphold every time I step into the courtroom. Thank you again for your confidence and for the opportunity to serve the city of Cotulla. I look forward to working with each of you as we move forward. I'm happy to answer any questions, and if I don't have the answer to today, I can research it and report back to you.
You good?
I could have one. You said you have trainings that will start December?
The new judges seminar, which is a 32-hour course, they only offer it twice a year, once in July, and it was full. I couldn't enroll in that one. So the next one's not till December. So registration opens in September. I need to be on the ball to make sure that I make that.
So you wouldn't be able to actually hold court probably until January of the following year, correct?
It's my understanding that once appointed, you can, but I do not feel that I have the legal background for that.
But she has to complete the training and comply with it.
I have a year to do that.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
You good? Anybody else? Thank you, Ms. Penny.
Thank you.
Number 5B is code enforcement.
Council members, Mr. Wright, Mayor.
You have my report before you. Within the ordinance violations, there were 9 properties that were um, sent warning letters regarding those issues on those properties. You take a look over any of those properties, I can assist you in that, try and answer any questions. Um, Any questions on any of those first 9?
A lot of these.
Not, not in the scope of these properties, no. Having any issues. And from what I've seen, some of these properties have already been taken care of, I'm sure, and it'll be on my next report. Um, I haven't had any issues with any properties that were where I got calls regarding any issue or debris or anything like that. So anyone that did call, they were calling the county or the city um, numbers that were provided. So I didn't get anything directly. Um, other things that come up with during my time at the offices, I also get an influx of people that come in asking questions about property lines or right of ways and easements as it pertaining to how much control they can have or not have, or what they would like to try and do. And of course, I have to try and correct them on that, unfortunately, and let them know, look, the city's not gonna give up whatever current easements are already set in place. So I get an influx of calls like that and try and work with those individuals and get them to understand, what can and can't be done.
Now that you brought up the evening, I've had a few citizens reach out to me. Apparently, trash and abandoned cars are being placed in these easements. Do we have some type of?
Yes, there is, I mean, there is an ordinance, and Mr. Wright and myself have talked about and we talked about this before, the question we've had and the problems we've had is we don't actually have a record service. And then how or where the outline of the responsibility of who's gonna take care of that record service, because they're gonna expect some kind of payment for going out there and things like that. So that's another issue, and that becomes problematic. So we have to discuss those in the future and look at that, because I mean, I can call and ask for a record, but he's gonna ask, where do you want me to take it? And I said, well, I can say take it to your yard, or but then they're gonna say, well, who do I send the bill to? That's like, you know.
Trouble hearing today. It's all. David, can you go, I mean, one, okay, I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was asking about the abandoned vehicles and stuff in these easements.
Uh-huh.
Didn't the council previously address that where they will in some type of,
We had some discussions.
We never have, visited and revisited the ordinance, have we, seen on the abandoned vehicles and things like that? I know it came up and there was a discussion on it, but no action we weren't asked for any action at that time. Do you remember any of that? Okay. So we're coming up with an update, taking it for next meeting? You can do that?
Yeah,
Are you comfortable with that, with having an update in a bit? Okay, good. Right.
okay.
Anybody else have anything else for Joey?
Moving on to the next item within, in compliance, you have 4 properties, that came into compliance regarding the issues on those properties and didn't have any issues. One was on Main Street with a high fence in front of the residents, and the property owner had taken control over that property and had cleaned it up. Cause the persons that were living there are no longer there, and I took control over it. So it's being cleaned up and it doesn't look unsightly. Then you have a municipal assist, just below that. elderly assist, where a shrub or bush tree fell between his property and the neighboring property. So I believe Mr. Martinez was able to finally be able to get that. Of course, he's been busy the past couple of weeks. So it got taken care of. I believe that's what he mentioned to me this morning, if I remember correctly. And then, of course, there were some other things that came up. And on Johnson Street, there was some issue between property owners and the mesquite tree that was being maintained and cut, but I believe the workers cut a little bit too far and then they left. And then a strong wind came and knocked it over. I keep track of some of these property owners, or as they reach out to me and say, Mr. Garcia, I'm gonna work on that property. I managed to be able to keep a rapport with them. Hey, ma'am, this is what happened. You've got your property outlined, everything taken care of, but unfortunately, whoever you had out there, did this and this, and the tree fell over. So, well, let me call them and I'll get them to take care of it with minimal damage to the property on the other side or the fence. It was taken care of. And of course, you have a property there on Front Street. In that scope of that property, he was asking for assistance between two very close residents with one of those, I don't know what you call them, those evergreen thorn brush pod trees, and very tight fit. He already had some structure damage to his garage, but it was not something that the city could get in and do because they don't have any grabbers or buckets or anything like that, and without obviously causing more damage. So I was able to put the resident, the elderly resident, in contact with somebody, and they made some arrangements, a very good arrangement between them, and he was able to get it taken care of without putting a heavy burden on him. And they minimized all that issue there. But that's all I have. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Next report is gonna come from 5D. This is gonna be Public Works, Sanitation, and Animal Control. Is that you, Mel? Mel, if you can, pick up the mic a little bit and so that we can all hear you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Mr. Wright. In your package, you have my June 2026 public work report. My report is kind of lengthy, so I'm just gonna give the highlights. I'll start with the first column. Street Department completed litter collection and easement mowing along multiple roads, and there's a total of 22 roads there. The crew also completed 20 work orders on multiple roadways and alleys and easements of people complaining of high grass. On brush collection day, the crews also collected brush along multiple roads and easements. Crew completed litter control and easement mowing along multiple drainage creeks, which are included in there. We also had 2 municipal assists completed. The city of Cotulla also worked the pop-up for the Father's Day. The demolition at the Harrison apartment has been completed for a total of 8 containers, 59.97 tons, 119,940 pounds. The customer did pay for demolition, and the demolition is completed at the Harrison's property. We also had the bulk pickup for the month of June, which consists of 26 work orders, 8.621 tons, 17,222 pounds were collected from the bulk. Additional maintenance completed. We fixed a lot of water leaks, a lot of potholes that were damaged from the streets and from water department, and along with roads that are being wear and tear, and they're listed in the report. The city of Catula also has started to spray for mosquitoes on the roadways and the alleys within the city of Catula. In the month of June, we sprayed 7 times. It was supposed to be a little bit more, but unfortunately, there's rules and regulation when you're spraying, and it depends on the wind and the weather. If the wind's higher than 14 miles an hour, we can't spray. We're not allowed to spray. So there was only 7. New batch of street signs have been removed from, and TDC is in process of repainting and restoring that. Well, today I received those signs back. They're going to be put back up in the before this week's over, and another batch will be coming up for next month. On my second page, the roll-off that you were so kind to approve for repairs last month is back in service and is being utilized for the transfer station. We also purchased 3 weed eaters from Ace Hardware for the public department, asphalt to repair the roads. And this came really important at a good time. In June, we ordered 20 bottles of Mesterline controlled mosquito flies and net spray with the bottle of flushing solution for the London Fogger machine. That came really because of the flood. We've been using it constantly, and we're about to order another batch because we're running low. So, but that came in good. We've been spraying for the last 7 days or 6 days. You also have your sweeper operations. And I want to just emphasize a little bit. I know I have a lengthy report, but on my animal control, the ACO picked up 18 stray dogs and 6 stray cats within the city of Catula for the month of June. Jackson Puppy Brush rescued 13 dogs. Catula, for the first time ever, hosted a chemical capture and restraint at the Civic Center by the Texas Academy and Animal Control Office out of Seguin, Texas on June 18, 2006. That mainly means that my ACO's officers are certified and licensed to, use the tranquilizer gun. Tranquilizer gun for the dogs. You know, in case of a dog, so they're certified and licensed to be using them. We also had training for the new school worms offered by the DSAS and the Texas A&M Ag Life. That's becoming, we've been going to a lot of classes that represent that. And next month, I'll show more of what we continue with the new school worms. We also had the activities at the Civic Center and the sanitation department. I try to give you highlights and as much as possible, so I apologize for breaking it down.
He is reporting about last month's actions because that's generally how we do an account report. But we all know that we had the flood recently, obviously. We are working currently right now with LaSalle County. Commissioner's Court has requested and voted for me to be the one to facilitate the debris application through TCEQ and implementation of floodwater debris to be picked up within the communities. I submitted the application this morning. Actually, last night I submitted it. They replied this morning. TCEQ came out to the site, which is going to be at the fairgrounds all the way in the back where we park at, out of sight, out of mind, away from the houses. I am waiting for approval. They asked me for 2 more pieces of documentation, which is a detailed map of where it is, simple thing. After they get that, they're going to approve it for 60 days. The county is going to hire a contractor to come in and pick up all flood debris. The homeowner is going to have to move it out to the front of the house by the curb. The contractor will come in, pick it up, and they'll take it over to that temporary site. From that temporary site, the contractor will move it to the appropriate landfill for that type of debris. There's going to be regulations on it, obviously, and I think one of the biggest things I've noticed is that containment of appliances and things like that. They can have tarps under them so it doesn't pollute the ground, things like that. But we'll make sure that we have all that done. We're going to take considerable amount of pictures for reimbursement and things like that. So it's coming. We're just going through the process.
So that's why I want to piggyback off of that. So this crew that is currently in front of you, the guys that have been coming up front, have done an amazing job during the floods. When David asked them to activate and make schedules and things like that, They were on it. They were up and running. Mel was a key player. Ray was a key player. The whole city staff worked, cohesively to accomplish a mission, right? David at the realm and the guys in the back. The reason we bring you this thing with the flood and debris removal is we want you to understand why currently we haven't opened the sanitation. It's not open because the contaminated debris that we have cannot go into our regular stuff. That's one thing. The second thing is that all of that debris has to be calculated, measured, and things so that we get funded for the removal of that debris. Okay, so there was a lot of steps in place. It's not that the city and the staff is working slow, is that there's a process. So I want you to clearly understand that as soon as we get that process, the sooner we can open it, the sooner it's going to be addressed. Okay, all right, thank you. You have anything for Mel? David? Thank you, Mel.
Thank you. And on the second is my sanitation report, which is all the numbers. I'm thinking that there's no questions on that. If there isn't, thank you. No, okay, thank you.
All right, next is 5E, and this is Main Street. So we've been tasked with helping out our residents with reimbursements and certifications and things like that. Jen had been crucial in helping with that. It's an 8 to 8, and I'm saying it because I know we're on live. It's from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and we've got 2 more days of it to register our residents in the systems so they could qualify to get some of this help. And Jen's been helped with that. She also helped with the setup of Red Cross at the Civic Center. So just wanted to give you that information as well. That being said, now we have Mr. Flores. Did Mr. Flores come in? Where there he is. We have the accounting report.
Mayor, council members, good evening. Your first report is the sales tax report. For the month of July, the city received $162,806. So for the year, for the first 10 months of the year, the city has received $1,565,692, which is 16% less than last year. Your second report is the hotel motel tax collection report for the month of June. The city received $14,994. So for the year, the first 3 quarters of the year, the city has received $553,592. Now, Mr. Wright brought it to my attention that there are some audit collections pending. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
It's coming to the agenda for approval, in August. The city on a yearly basis, we pick out a specific amount of hotels and we do an audit on the hotels to make sure they're paying their proper amount of hot tax. From that audit, which went back to 2023, there are 6 hotels within the city limits that owe a total of $435,000 in hot taxes to the city. This is not an abnormal thing when we do an audit. I think the audit we did prior to that when it was almost $550,000 in total. So what generally happens is that we come, it's approved. We've already sent certified letters to the businesses, given 30 days to pay. Pretty much if they don't pay, we refer it to the city attorney for a possible lawsuit. So it's total picture. So there was, I think there was, had to that, which I don't want to speak too much. A lot of times there's a back and forth on that. You know, they're supposed to have documentation. If they don't have it when the auditor shows up, or if the hotel was sold, or so it's the number that you see is delinquent is, you know, it can be flexible, and sometimes they rightfully have exemptions. They just didn't have them when the auditor showed up. So filing lawsuits is very rare. Usually they come in and they work with you and they usually get it resolved.
So the next page is a summary of your statement of revenues and expenditures. for the 9 months ended June 30th, 2026. So on the first column, we have the general fund, total revenues, 3,227,226. Total expenditures of 3,174,947 for a net profit of 52,279. Your water sewer fund, revenues of 1,807,354. Total expenditures, 1,336,974 for a net profit of 470,380. Now, the water sewer fund tends to be really high at this point because we have not recorded depreciation expense yet. Your gas fund, revenues of 291,501, expenditures of 260,375 for net profit of 31,126. Your solid waste fund, revenue 716,182, total expenditures of 700,226 for net profit of 15,956. And the rest are your smaller funds, but the information is all there. A little bit below, you have your fund balance at the beginning of the year. So for example, the first column, the general fund, started the year with $2,676,757, and so on. We do have a big deficit on the solid waste fund, and we've been discussing that over the last year on having to address this deficit. And your final report is a check register. So for the month of June, the city issued accounts payable checks of $551,129. Are there any questions?
Mr. Flores, if you have a PDF copy of that, I'd like a copy of it. If you have a PDF copy later, I'd like a copy of it. Okay. Okay, good.
We're gonna start putting the financial report on the website, so I will provide the report to IC so they can put on the web.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and start moving on to item number 6, and this is the approval of minutes for June 10th, 2026 regular meeting. Do we have any amendments or corrections that need to be done on that agenda? Do I have a second to approve the minutes the way they stand? All in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Our next item is a temporary adjournment to commence after agenda item number 8, and that's to begin our meeting and workshop. Right? The time? 7:33. We'll start the as soon as we have a little. Y'all can powwow and come on up. This workshop is going to be for EDC, so we'll call it to order in a minute. We'll go ahead and start. This is the city council will conduct a workshop meeting to receive information and ask questions for the executive director and Cotulla Economic Development Corporation and consultation between EDC operations and priorities, plans, and projects. And then this is also a notice of possible quorum because we're sitting here with 4 members plus one online. I'll call this meeting to order, this workshop to order at 7:35. So the first item is to receive information from CEDC Operations, Finance, and Potential Projects and Management. And then we'll have some questions and answers may be taken and participation included.
Finances? We don't have any financial information yet on our own. We're still waiting to see what our place is in this policy.
Can you tell us a little bit how we brought you together?
Yes, I'd be glad to. I first will thank you for creating this Economic Development Corporation. Been wanting to see it for decades, and we finally got one. We're looking forward to it. We have only had 2 meetings so far. Our charter or articles of incorporation only call for 1 meeting every 2 months. We're not happy with that. We're going to meet more frequently. So far, we've been having trouble getting a quorum. We're new, just getting started. And I guess everybody hasn't had a chance to learn how to show up. It's been organizational meetings so far. We've learned a lot from the city attorney, what our obligations are and responsibilities and authority. We've also elected our officers. Limited. I'm the president, and Leighton Story is the vice president and secretary treasurer. Agreed to do all that. We're trying to have another meeting. We've had 3 that were canceled or lack of quorum to get into our goals. We were really fortunate to have you and the councilman at the last meeting. It was nice to see you there and to know you're really interested in what's going on. It also is going to enable us to coordinate better, I think, with the city and county to see where your goals overlap with our goals, because we're trying to work together on all this. We're trying to cover everything too, as far as new businesses, labor workforce, things to keep workers here locally from wanting to move outside the area, infrastructure, all the things that you can think of. We're trying to see how that is going to work into what we accomplish. I think that's about all I can say for now.
As we're moving forward, David, as you as the executive officer, what do you see for the EDC and tell our public?
Well, currently what I see for the EDC, first of all, I think that they should be an independent force within the community. But I also recognize that the city currently had EDC projects running and in place, which is one will be Whitetail Ridge apartment complex, which is potentially may have some EDC implications. Another big portion is would be the $6.7 million grant that we're getting for the Tallulah LaSalle County Airport, which has a 5% match to it. Between the city and the county, there'll be that's obviously EDC projects will possibly voted on at EDC fund to cover a portion of the match. And those kind of things that we already have in the works, moving forward from there, it's really up to the EDC board, what you want to do in the future. You know, we like to see the things, well, it's not going to speak to the town. You know, you all can speak to what you would like to see. I mean, but unfortunately, we're not even worried about the finances and what they will be because we haven't identified any goals. And I know a lot of funds are already allocated for certain things, and I certainly have seen it at the airport. I know where the funds have been going.
This is currently here, and would you touch on that finances for the EDC, please?
And just for informational purposes, the EDC is one of the funds I passed on when we were presenting a financial report. The city collects 2 pennies for sales tax. 1/4 of that is for economic development. So that is recorded to the Economic Development Fund. So for the first 9 months of the year, we have collected $350,721 in sales tax, EDC sales tax, and have spent $108,526 for net profit of $242,195.
So currently, and just not to delve into a lot of what is there, but I know that some of you have seen the budgetary lines on EDC. Currently, Mr. Flores is working on identifying EDC money needs to be used specifically for certain things, and this council in the past had. So that's kind of where Mr. Flores is working on right now, along with the members of EDC. Can you, tell us, this is from Lone Star Strategy. She was hired to help us establish this new EDC and a new version of Fort Catula. So can you tell us a little bit about what not your background total, but what you have envisioned for Catula's EDC?
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council, and welcome, Councilwoman Yanez and Councilman Alvarado. I hadn't really met y'all formally, so congratulations. My name is Yvette Utley, and I am the president and owner of Lone Star Strategy Group. I have been fortunate to be hired as the county's grant writer, the city's grant writer, and helping David in the role of executive director for the EDC. As you know, David wears many, many hats, so this one is one that he passed to me. We have been working closely, Mr. Page and I, in identifying ways that we can help Catula and LaSalle County grow. This is a type B tax EDC, so this really opens up a big umbrella of what can be funded in projects. What we don't want to do is push anything on the EDC board as what we would like to see as goals. We would like to come in and be diplomatic and say, you know, what do you all see as your goals and your vision? Because it's very easy for me to come in and say, this is what we need to do. But I am not from here. I am here simply to steer and guide and be a resource for the EDC. I think we have a great group. We just need to have quorum. We've gotten a little rough start, but I see us once the fall comes in, I think we're gonna get established a little more. We would like today, Mr. Page and I discussed that we need to keep one day out of the month that is going to be for our EDC meeting, whether that's the second Thursday of every month, the third Friday. We just need to establish one date because we have shuffled around these dates so much. It's very hard for these board members to be there when we change our schedule. They're very busy. They're businessmen and women, and they have families and lives outside of the EDC board. And we're thankful they're serving, but we also need to be mindful of their and respect their time as well, because we really want this to be successful. And I think having the city and the county at the table, which is something we discussed this morning with the judge, the mayor, and Mr. Wright, is going to be a valuable asset for the board because we feel like they can bring the vision of the city, the vision of the county, and anything they may know to us firsthand, instead of us saying, well, we need to get back and ask the city, we need to get back and ask the county, bringing them in as ex officio members, and that is something you all have to agree on, would be something that would be really valuable for us as we see as a board. Mr. Page is excellent. He's excited. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with him. Miss Story too is very well versed. She loves her community, very invested and involved. And I think we're going to do great things. David has a lot of goals that he wants us to take care of and tackle within this first year. And I'm glad. The mayor too. Mayor is big on housing. David is big on infrastructure, capital improvements, and that's kind of what we are hoping that the board sees as priorities as well. If y'all have any questions for me, please feel free to ask or Mr. Page.
Before we go to those questions real quick, so because you let the cat out of the bag, I'm gonna bring it to this council back again. I talked to the judge, and judge would like to also sit on this board as ex officio members of this EDC, which we wouldn't be voting people, but we would be bringing and taking, we would be that kind of in-between person, right? And as elected officials, we would be representative of you, the city council, and the judge of LaSalle County. So that will be coming sometime in the near future to you for consideration or reconsideration.
And Mayor, another thing I want to add to that is having the county judge at the table. We rely heavily on LaSalle County for a lot of funds. Something we'll bring later on into on the agenda as far as a resolution for a grant. they have really stepped up to help us where we may need match money. So there's gonna be projects with the EDC that we really need to team up with the county. So that makes me feel more confident having both the city and the county at the table, even if they're non-voting members. I think we can get things accomplished a lot quicker.
So this is your workshop, so. Yes, absolutely.
Between the county judge and the mayor, I think two people is tremendously clear about it. And I honestly, in the top of that, think it would be the right thing to do. So if they want to give them a big difference, I think they would. I'd like to, on that same topic, little off of EDC, you got to see a lot of the first responders at the airport, not just at the EOC. And I got to see a lot of the higher up from the state and federal. And they were just overwhelmed by how professional Casula and LaSalle County were handling things. I was in awe of how much they appreciated what they saw.
Thank you very well. Coming back to your EDC, any questions from you for?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can hear you. The sewer or the airport?
So that one there, different thing, corner of health board. It's a different project. Yeah, different project.
Yes, that's a different project. So David and I discussed, and I guess with the council, when I first came in and I was voted in, I typically our company, if we're not involved from the beginning of the grant that we have put, we know everything that's laid out, we don't jump in admin because it's very difficult to come in on the back end. So this was not a grant that we wrote. I'm not sure who wrote that. So I don't know how the city wants to go about that, or they're gonna need my services. We haven't talked about that, but that's something we can discuss. I thought you were talking about the airport grant, because that is something that is coming up that we're trying to help Mr. Page and the city with those funds that it came in before us. So this might be another one of that case, but maybe we can sit and discuss that. Yeah. No, thank you for asking them. Yeah. Yes. Right. So somebody agreed to that timeline and to that budget and to each line item that budget was going to before I came in. So while I can come in and help support with different reports, as far as being a project manager, that would be something that the council I would bring to the council for approval for a percentage of that grant, but that we haven't discussed that yet. So David and I, no, it's okay. I'm glad that you're bringing it up. That's what we're here for. But yes, that can be discussed maybe at the August 13th meeting. I'll talk to David.
Maybe
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, let's come back to EDC. But she thought it was part of that. but-
Yeah. No problem.
No, but I would, but I'll start and say I would have been that.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything that?
Since 1994, October 1st, 1994 is when it began.
So currently, it's just about whether there's a system. They're all on their own opinion center. Maybe we see a compact, there's gonna be separated into a separate account. Then, it came in several years ago, it was new. Everything's got this account, everything's got separate accounts. But now we have an outlet, you can see from the third account. So, it's not enough to kill. Take that, maybe the back of the field kind of.
With that being said, again, this is a reestablishment of our EDC. So we've finally taken the right road. We're trying to set a foundation, SOPs and procedures to come forward. The budgetary and the documentation is coming to you. Once they get that established and Mr. Flores, gets that, done, that will at some point come back to you for information. Anything else for our EDC workshop?
Well, you got how many members right next to the meeting? There will be, there will get the film about a thing.
So that means we need more for quorum.
To make it do it.
And three have not made it. So that at some point, that
We have to appoint another.
you'll see the.
We'll approach you back, that gets you. To give a chance, an opportunity, we're gonna go. There's already a clause in there, so you missed the first number meeting in a row, you can do the vote. And so it should never place it. That was good. Yeah.
Yes, by the council. Yes.
You may have to be honored and verify what the information.
Right.
I was here that in maybe.
So if you can get a working group, it comes from you.
So I have a question on that, on the procedure, Steve. We need to approve it as a board and then bring it to the council for approval? Okay. Okay, but I'm talking about the bylaws, including the, got it, okay.
All right. So, that was B, C, received information from ET. I think we all encompassed it with all the discussion that they came to be. Is there any other alibis?
Something I would just like to add is that we are looking at the August 13th date for the next EDC meeting, so pushing the agenda from that we created for July 21st, that was pushed to today, now being pushed to August 13th, and we may have we may have changed it up a little bit, and we'll get that to Steve as soon as possible, but just a announcement that August 13th is what we're looking at for the next meeting.
So,
For anybody who doesn't.
Yes.
7:30.
and any council member can be present. We just gotta, careful. Can anybody, yeah, it's open to the public as well. So, yeah. You just can't participate in everything. Anything else? Not covered?
David, you have anything to add? You're good? Okay. Good.
All right,
All
then
right,
I'm
thank
gonna
you.
go ahead and move on to item D on there and go ahead and adjourn the workshop. All in favor? Yes. Do I have a,
Second.
okay, all in favor of adjournment of the workshop, say aye. All opposed? 7:54. I'm gonna go ahead and move right on into regular session. The time again is 7:54. We're back in session. Next topic is item number 9, and this is the city of council will reconvene, and we did that already. All right, here we go. We'll move on to ordinance to be approved. This is discuss and consider an ordinance of the city of Cotulla, Texas, amending the code of ordinances for the city of Cotulla, Texas, by adding chapter 2-244 city marshal and 2-445 duties, 2-446 and 2-456, Reserve Division 8, City Marshal 2R Chapter 2, Administration Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Petula, declaring a public purpose, providing for, repelling, incorporating recitals, and providing for servability, and declaring an effective date. So we spent a lot of time talking about city marshal and for the municipal judge to have somebody to, we talked about MOU with Hector, the sheriff. That is still an option. I still see that as an option because that gives us a time to establish our boundaries and utilize them and use them for teaching too. But we also have the option of going ahead and approving this today and moving forward to that MOU activity. Do we have any discussion before we make a second? You want to go ahead and second it? Let's do this discussion. I got your. You got a team one. Right there, we went through all problems.
I had a question. Is this gonna be on this year's budget or next year's budget?
Next year's budget. Next year's budget.
So we went and paid a check and said, we don't do an application, $1,000 fee, and we have to get a evidence statement. Just somewhere to pop up evidence. And, that's pretty much all we require to do it. Then there was the company that found two or three, what,
Second question, are we gonna open this up to the public to apply, or are we looking, or do we have somebody in mind already?
person, see, we were done with it 80 months. This is gonna be a regular 2,000 a year, people commission, right? Are we gonna have a little local premium of the county, the state, citation, citation? In case you have a rule, in the region. It's just, another thing to think about, we need to very about too. The citation, it's accountable, with your team and your particular. It's good, with your own contacts, you're going to respond right to the book. And one is on the market, you got to pick up the person, you know what we're bringing, you can even your face with the cow. And we have, I think we go to the final, person serve, and we can do it, you know, this is my paper, we're going to put them to that place. The question I have, once you start putting people in jail and having a little local criminal counter, which you have to be in the agreement. Once you put that individual in the patrol car and get put on the jail, we're responsible for everything that happens, whether it's a person that is put in jail, and the city's gonna have to pay for whatever happens there. That individual says, you know what, I feel safe. EMS is gonna take them, the person's gonna be in the ticket. And my concern is that if we're gonna have a burden that big, you know, how are we gonna be able to afford it? We're gonna have to rate tax it for the city tax in order to support the idea, or what's the solution?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Typically, I remember when Larry was here, I think that the sheriff has to take them. And I know that city usually pays for the first day or something, then after that. But you're right about the medical. And I know that was an issue in Pearsall. But that wasn't necessarily for municipal, because they actually have APD.
Yes.
You know, all this guy is a marshal. So I understand, I mean, your TML coverage, obviously you're gonna tell them you now have one. Mostly they're not gonna be out of list.
And then, the other thing that you should know is, and, it was presented to me by Ms. Peña, I believe she's gone. There's other avenues too. You don't have to necessarily arrest them. Now you can turn that, if they're in a liability state to the city, you can actually affect their driver's license now too. So they go show up, yeah, so you can, they get a ding there and they go get their driver's license and then they can't because they gotta come pay up. So,
Here,
Yeah.
you report them to the state, and when they go in to renew their registration or the license, they're not gonna give it.
right, so there's different little avenues to address.
You know, not putting a burden on the city and the taxpayers. You know, because, you know, we're not gaining anything if it's something that we're thinking about making competitive.
This officer really is really a business. He's gonna go out and serve process and.
The thing with me is that, at some point, we've got to start addressing our code enforcement. We got to start supporting that. We're starting anew with the municipal judge. We need to have all the assets in place to be able to adjudicate and follow through with some of these cases. Not just go and give them a citation and then we never see it again. So at some point, we've got to move forward. I get some of there is liability. Of course, anything we do, there's liability, so we don't take a chance because there's liability. That's not necessarily true. I want to dib on Juanita a little bit. You and I had a little discussion. Do you have anything that you've experienced in the past as city secretary? I think Billy, didn't they used to have a marshal, or did y'all just use the PD? Just PD, okay. So,
Do both.
yeah,
They have marshal
and a PD.
Back then, if we had a police car, was building. They had it at the sheriff department and then. That's what happened. The city of Charlotte. They started the police department and they went under because they couldn't afford to have the police officers.
He's really not starting a police department. You're just hiring an officer to be the bailiff for the municipal. Now, he could go pull people over and give them tickets if he wants to. Those are policies that the city decides what he's gonna be doing or not doing. So I wouldn't expect they're gonna be doing traffic enforcement or, you know, maybe they go with, you know, direct traffic at the schools or things like that, but actual real law enforcement, no, that's something that they're doing.
Any other discussion?
Piggy off, Mr. Peña. I'm wondering if Gilbert, where it says executing legal process, issuing municipal court, including but not limited warrants of arrest, right? And subpoenas. So that's probably where, can it be reworded in a different way instead of us being responsible? I mean, I think that's where Mr. Ayala was talking about. So then it needs to change.
My question is, if we have a city marshal, he's a police officer, he's a peace officer.
Yeah.
And why don't you put that person in back to that patrol for whatever it is, we're responsible,
And
the city
I'm,
responsible.
and I'm going to agree with this one because City of Pearsall, we're in a situation to where our officers, are sending when they arrest, they send them to the jail, right? Well, they're sending them to the hospital. We're getting the bill, right? So, yeah, so, and I get the bill. They think it goes to HR, but it doesn't. It goes to the CM.
And that was my reasoning for coming up with an MOU, which teaches our local law enforcement, which gives us a chance to establish our SOPs and procedures and then move from there. That was my total reason for that.
People, and if you read the local newspaper, which I read every week, thank you, Mark. You know, it's a big deal in Pearsall, but they have a real PD.
Yeah.
You know, this is not what we're doing here. This is a marshal for the municipal court. And typically they apply for Medicaid, they apply for whatever government. If none of that pays, then the city, but they're only liable for a few days, I think. I don't remember that there's actually transfer, and it has been a big issue. I know because I've read about it.
And the line item in there would be for a contract labor type of person, so even that person's not gonna want to be a full-blown peace officer.
You can sell it.
Yeah.
You're not gonna go out.
You're not gonna,
arresting them.
so, you know, we tell them to scope of what that contract labor,
But there's a possibility.
possibility.
Right. You know,
But here is something. If the officer is knowing what his job is, and the reason why I point this, I was a police officer in Louisiana, and we used to do this quite a lot. We would stop somebody, they had a warrant in the parish. I was city police, they had a parish warrant. We would detain them. We'd call the parish, and the parish would come over and arrest them. So that released us as a city of all liabilities because it wasn't our arrest. We just detained them.
Absolutely, that's what I thought too.
right, because you don't know, I mean, are you gonna bomb the squad car?
Right.
Is he gonna have a cage in the back? Is he gonna have all that T-lets and I-lets and all that stuff?
And I understand where you're coming from. Once you say you're detaining them, you're responsible for detaining them right there and then. If he becomes belligerent and he goes out, you know, and you use excessive use of force or
The
force,
discussion is more with me, remember that.
you're
that's
gonna
my-
be responsible.
The discussion is more with me.
Yeah, there are any number of circumstances. For example, you could have the marshal here providing security at a meeting, and he has to use his weapon. You know, those things can happen, right? Right. But you've got insurance for that. You train them. You have a policy for them. You know what they're supposed to do. And if they act outside the policy, then the city is generally has sovereign immunity if the officer acts outside the scope of what he's supposed to be doing. But as a sworn officer, there are certain things they have to do. They can't say, well, the city told me not to do it, right? I mean, they still have to do it. So I think it does get a little bit.
Mr. Garcia, you have not been afforded the opportunity to speak. Do you have anything on this topic?
I'm just listening to what you guys are talking about. I don't have an opinion yet.
All this is doing is creating the position. You're not funding it, you're not doing anything, you're just putting it in your code of ordinances. And when you get around to it with the proper protocols that you want, then you adopt and you create policy and you do, and appoint who you're going with.
Well, one more question, real quick. This city laws,
Typically, if you do an interlocal agreement that involves law enforcement or fire, whoever would have had the liability to begin with still gets it. So you don't really transfer it to them. Well, but yeah.
We tried it a while back. It was with Miguel, when he was the sheriff. He said for 1 year, it was about 400,000.
Yeah, but we didn't have any officers. It was just their officers. That was a whole different animal. There's nobody working for the city of Tacuba without arresting people. And you're not, police departments, municipal courts, they're not money makers. Fire departments, you don't make money off. You try to break even, you try to.
More about establishing SOPs and procedures so that we can start moving forward and seeing a little more productivity with what we've had. I understand where we've done in the past and everything else, but I'd like to see it move forward and actually have something good established. All of us sat here and asked, hey, what do we got? Where's municipal court? What are we doing? And here's where we have the foundation to start something different and revamped. Let's put revamp, not new. Okay.
Yeah, and to touch base on that, Mayor, when we did ask that question, it was in regards to the code enforcement. I don't believe it was mentioned as far as a city marshal. I understand where Mr. Ayala is coming from as far as liability. I mean, that does increase the liability for the city. If there's a use of force, a death occurs, we're on the hook for that.
Most of the time, they're gonna be serving process, subpoenas, things like that. That's their
That's
job.
what they're doing. That's
Same
what we need.
San Antonio, I think they actually have them go out and serve warrants. Well, they used to. They had a marshal. I don't know if they've gotten rid of it.
And I get the negative implication with this, but I also see, and I ask you, then give me a better solution. What do we got? What do we want to do?
I think there's other ways to do it, like you said, driver license. In ways where we don't have to be confronted or having to arrest somebody and put them in jail or whatever it is.
No matter what, at some point, somebody's got to get served. And who's going to serve it? Okay. And so
Once you put them in a patrol car.
Understood. But at some point, we got to start moving forward and looking and trying to establish those SOPs and procedures that we need to start happening. So
The marshals and the county, the sheriff department.
I brought that to you.
With the interlocal agreements, because if we have an interlocal agreement with the county sheriff department, they work for us, but they detain them, the liability ain't gonna fall on.
And so my question to you is that. Absolutely. So you can either go MOU, you can go marshals, but at some point we have to move forward with something.
How we see how much of a risk we have to take.
That's why I had proposed to you that we do an interlocal agreement with the sheriff who was willing to do it. And I keep hearing, yeah, we tried it and it didn't work. Yeah, but it wasn't this year. We don't know. Yeah.
How about Mayor, if you get with the sheriff and weigh both sides, which is better, having Steve Pena there and their attorney, and
Here's the problem. Everybody that we deal with at the county, except for the employees, they're elected officials. We have no control over them. If the judge wants something done, she can send them something and they can put it in a file and not do anything. That's the problem.
There's a problem there, but you have a sheriff who's there to be a couple of years. I'm with you guys on moving forward with this. But at some point, we got to do something is what I'm asking you, right? At some point, we have to move forward, whether it is an MOU for a year, because we're establishing and then we come back and decide, hey, the marshal would work for us. But at least let's get a foundation till we can start moving forward with something.
for paperwork purposes for later events to try to get something.
Needs to create the ability to do it. At some point, if you're gonna have a guy out there wearing a gun and a badge, he's gonna need a car that's got a radio on it, like these police officers we have here. Otherwise, his license.
I table it and bring it back to you. And my question is this, do you want to table it and bring it back with a, MOU or do you want to just, table with the, yeah, you want to see a cost effective way? Okay. And, but the liability other way is there's going to be liability one way or on.
I have a question. Is Mr. Garcia an officer? He's an officer, right?
Yeah.
So my question is,
He can be.
He can't be called.
but he can be slash city marshal? Yes.
All right. I'm gonna propose this question to you and, because I too want to see more, but what I do want to emphasize is that we need to move forward with something. We have to establish those municipal procedures properly, and I ask you to consider that, so.
To have any legitimacy, your court has to have the ability to enforce its orders. If it doesn't, people will just ignore it.
Absolutely, and that's what it's about, okay? So there's a lot of factors in place.
Be starting October 1st. I think we have enough time to get a little bit of more of meat into to figure out what exactly we're gonna be looking at. I know that the ordinance is here, but my question is, because everybody's confused, it's a little bit confusing. Because reality, you can use a code. If he's an officer, you don't have to put officer on the code enforcement. It's code enforcement and he's already an officer / city marshal. We can look into that and see if that can happen, and we can emphasize on having him doing that. I mean, we already have one person. It's just a thought. It's just a thought.
So Steve, if we were to put this to council and gets approved, if it were, we could still go with an MOU before establishing when we're gonna put this into play, right?
Yeah. You know,
So even if this comes to you, we just want to get the foundation started. And then later on, we can always decide when we're gonna implement. We don't have to implement today, but we have an establishment. We can always, this council can always go and say, look, we want an MOU instead with Hector with the Sheriff Ramirez, while we legitimize what we're trying to do. You could. Absolutely. Okay. So here's a question to you. Do I have a motion to approve and to put into ordinance the city of Cotulla, Texas, amending the code of ordinances on the chapters thereof pertaining to the city marshal and to the effective date so that it is effective
October 1st?
I'm sorry?
October 1st? No?
Steve, what do you think about, because I told them that they don't necessarily. Okay.
So are we pending the MOU or you're putting it into ordinance already?
So we would do this and read it and we would vote on this, but pending more information coming to you from Hector to see what is more viable way to move forward.
But I would feel more comfortable tabling it pending the MOU instead of putting it into ordinance already.
I'm sorry, your recommendation was to table? Is that what you think?
Table pending the MOU with Sheriff Ramirez, and then we can come and vote on it
Okay.
after.
So the question to you is this then, do I have a motion to table this topic until we talk to Mr. Ramirez? Okay? Do I have a second? All right. So this topic is going to be tabled. Do you want to table for August or you want to table for September to give us some time? Remember, we're working on a lot of flood stuff right now.
No, I.
Yeah, I'm on a motion, we go to September.
Yeah, I mean, it's tabling it now. There's a possibility we have to weigh out our options and seeing if we can just I think it's a great idea. I'm not gonna say that it's not.
August is too quick.
August.
I'm gonna push for September.
You want September?
September, yes.
Okay.
Okay. So do I have a motion? I have a second. All in favor of tabling this topic till the September meeting, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried. I had, he proposed that, that we table it and go with him. Mr. Ayala motioned it and second by Mr. Rodriguez, yes. September meeting. Good. Moving on to number 11, this is discuss, consider, and act on possibly approving a resolution by Lone Star Strategy Group for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Local Parks Non-Urban Outdoor Recreation. Hi,
Good
sir.
evening, Mayor, Council, how are y'all? So yes, this resolution is tied to the previous grant that I presented on at the last meeting regarding the Texas Parks and Wildlife, Parks and Non-Urban Outdoor Grant. So this resolution just certifies that the applicant, which is the city of Cotulla, certifies that they are eligible to apply and receive the funds that we are applying for from this grant, that the council acknowledges the match requirements within this grant, that also the council authorizes and directs Mayor Luna as the authorized representative for the city of Cotulla to represent the city in this matter, which means that as the authorized representative, y'all would approve her to confirm the application and the proposed project site that's being discussed in the grant.
This topic was about, this was about Texas Parks and Wildlife and trying to get us a little walkway. This is the one that the judge has been talking to you about as well. Remember that? Okay. So that's what that is about off of our Mustang Creek. That walkway and things and that granting would be part of that. Huh? 750,000, yes. So that match to us is what?
It's a 50% match, so that's what we had discussed the last time. So with this specific grant, the amount that's requested is the amount that has to be matched.
Matching also, I'm sorry. Is the matching also, okay.
Oh, I think so too. Okay. So this one's what's the matching on this one?
What's the match on this one?
Yeah.
That's correct. That's the 50% match.
50%
yes.
match.
This is the one that I had. $750,000 is the maximum award that you can apply for. This is what we had discussed in the last meeting we had in May.
So that's where the match, we're looking at the match coming from the county. This is for the recreational park.
Okay.
No, we're going to ask the county to put in the 50%. The cities. Yeah. So what will happen is that if we are awarded, of course, we're gonna go and get proper approval from the county. And if they say yes, we move forward. If they say no and y'all don't have the funding, we decline it.
So this one also, is this the same one that we don't have to go for the whole 750, right?
Yes, but this one is the one that includes, well, you wanna tell them what the
Yes.
scope includes?
So this is the one that I had came and discussed where the examples of eligible park improvements or new construction would be playground, splash pad, covering over the playground, restrooms, landscaping, signage, picnic areas. And the city is eligible for this grant, but the 750,000 is the max you can apply for.
Wondering about what kind of playground that would look. What they, and I showed you and Hondo, remember that covered deal that we saw at Corpus Christi? Okay, something like that effect, huh? And well, when I was in Portland, the pictures I showed you were in Corpus Christi. Something like that in the ballpark would be about 350,000.
And that walkway's gonna be right here by the 97?
Yeah.
I've seen that in TML, cause every year we go to TML. They show all kinds of stuff, flash pads and all kinds of things that the city needs. And I asked, for 300,000 to give me, a picture. They did, and it was a good size flash pad. Imagine with, 600, 700,000, it'll be a
So-
good size.
So
But
what I want you or the council to kind of envision is that that is a possibility to a smaller size, but think about the budget. I mean, we're just a little over 1 million. But what we want to bring in is a recreational area, cover that because of the temperatures here. We want the picnic tables, cover those, bringing in that trail around and then adding a splash pad, but we have to be careful on the scale of it. When David and I discussed the project of developing that area, we talked about different phases because eventually we kind of want to add something like Portland. I think y'all went and toured the city of Portland and their aquatic area, right? So we did, that was one of our asks for the congressman that didn't get funded. We got the youth center funded, but that's not to say that we can't get another phase funded in the next round of appropriation money.
I wouldn't suggest a splash pad. We were thinking, yeah, we were thinking more about a pool. Yeah, now you're talking outside pool. But absolutely, this is not that we're gonna do everything at one time, but we're gonna try to build that foundation and get that done. The funding, where would that come from?
So my question first of all, that there's one that gets funded from the dual health assistance, out of our city. Which is not a small amount, but it's a good.
If we went for the whole amount.
Oh, yeah, if we went for the whole amount, $80,000, it's not a small amount of money. So we would absolutely be more fortunate than we have to be subsidized ourselves. I'm very daily. It's whether it's your number that you're gonna have this number. For the city of Chicago.
What amount do you see? What budget would you like to see?
We don't see right now the area, I won't even see a number. You have to grab
Oh, what?
that stage. I always want to see a dollar. I wouldn't even want to see any dollar. You know, you can't see. Different thought.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry, I thought you were done, sorry.
So, I've already been taking the recommendation because this is different from this people.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the council.
Matching, can it be in kind?
Yes.
Using stuff, we won't have to pay the whole thing, and the county doesn't have to pay the whole thing. If we use in kind and be creative on how to not have to pay out of our pocket, because this is going to be for the kids, isn't it? Okay, so my question is, how much can we put into in kind versus dollar? Okay, and you said the county is willing to assist. How much are they planning on, más o menos?
Well, that's what we need to take because just because we apply and ask for this amount doesn't mean that we're granted that amount.
We can only,
Yes.
well, make
Yeah.
it more amount.
In.
That's hotel operating taxes. If we promote this as something to bring tourists in to, help it, can we use monies for that to?
It's events, if we can justify it.
This falls under the
Compounding,
EDC, well,
if you start having a walking trail and you start building the park and you start, absolutely is gonna attract people.
well, this also falls under quality of life under the EDC. So that is another option to fund some of that match money with the EDC funds.
We need to see the exact proposal. I've been approached for things I've said no, like water parks, like that's a no. That's for something else, but I don't know enough of the details to really get you.
And this one, Steve, this is more, Samson is listing the list that's there of what it can fund. This one, we're looking at a recreational area.
Okay, currently established for maintenance and repair, we can keep the nothing move to establish the bring. So I think things that,
Okay, go put a flame up with.
If you put something there, maybe put something to that, they'll put Nathan Best, maybe put a stage or something there, and say, hey, we're gonna host night.
A pavilion, you mean, like a?
What you're talking about?
This is just the resolution getting approval for that because I presented back on this at the last meeting where I received approval to move forward with the application for the grant.
If we agree to this, and that's a big if, this does not make us, how do you say it? Huh? Yeah, committed to it. Or does it commit us with this?
A resolution is needed with the application packet, regardless if it's gonna be 150,000, 350,000, 750,000. We would need a resolution to apply for this. This is due next Monday. So.
is not a-
An application, yes. And we have 90% of it done. It's due Monday, so this is the only time to get this approval. The mayor has to see the final application before she certifies it on Monday. Maybe you can have this discussion with David with the budget and what he feels comfortable and how we need to taper this. There was just not enough time from the time we got approved to apply for it to the date now that the resolution is due for us to really like move forward. And I understand that y'all have your reservations. I don't want y'all to, feel like we're pushing you or.
I've been working on proposed budget with the mayor, with Mr. Wright. It's a tight budget. I mean, we're talking, I don't know what amount we're talking on as matching funds, but there's no way that we can fit it into the budget for 27.
And I'm gonna say there is a way because remember that, again, I talked about the rates and everything else that at what that little workshop we had. We don't really know what our revenues are coming with the high rate increases and stuff like that too. We haven't even hit the 1 year mark and things are starting to look a little better. Again, this is just an application.
I mean, I wanna motion it. No, rather me. Yeah, to move forward.
That's okay.
To this,
Yeah.
just an application, I think the first motion.
Yeah, done it, and I'll second.
We got a second there. All in favor of moving forward with this application of to apply for the Texas Parks and Wildlife local non-urban outdoor recreation, say aye. All opposed? Motion carries. I didn't hear. I can't hear.
Yeah, I said aye.
Okay, good, thank you. He said aye.
Mayor, can we have maybe a discussion or a meeting tomorrow?
Tomorrow, if we do it first thing in the morning, yes, I have to travel to TMO training.
Okay, we can meet at City Hall. You want to let me know so we can meet with David and I just want everybody to be comfortable. I know he's got, his concerns, his budget and.
And we've worked leaps and bounds to stay that way and we're going to. 10 o'clock work?
Yes,
10 o'clock will be there.
I'll be there at 10 a.m. and we can discuss it. Thank you so much.
Would you be able to help us how to generate the in-kind in order for us not to put the dollar amount?
Yes, there's a list of what in-kind work can be done to qualify. And
Okay.
yes, I mean, that's something we're gonna discuss tomorrow.
Okay,
On the in-kind.
that's all I wanna know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, here we go. Motions to be approved. This is discuss and consider Whitetail Ridge Housing Project update from Peggy Brimhill. Do we have her?
Hello,
Hi.
good evening. Hi, I hope everyone's doing well and I feel badly for the floods that have happened, but I understand that the town has come together and is addressing everything with rigor and diligence. And having been at the meeting, this entire time, I'm glad to hear that everyone knows what they're doing and can move forward. So thank you for having me. I'm here to give an update on Whitetail Ridge. And there aren't any resolutions to approve, just a few things to discuss if you all would like to. Okay, so the first update is results on the 9% LIHTC program. As a reminder, this is the one that would provide enough tax credits to fund approximately 70% of the entire project. We were in contention for a week and a half. We thought we were going to get funded, but as it happens every year, projects appealed their rejection of tax credits and renegotiated, and were able to hang on. So what ended up happening, and it was announced on Thursday, was that we are second on the wait list. The next thing that is going to happen, if we choose to stay on this 9% list, is that while we did not get funded in the state bubble round, we came in second on the wait list, there is a national bubble round. And there could be extra tax credits that would then go to us and the project before us. Also, there's a deadline on September 15th for all of the projects that were on shaky ground and appealed their way back onto the list. If they don't provide the deliverables that they're required by September 15th, and a few of them have to do with zoning in other areas, not in our region, in other regions of the state. If they cannot get community support by September 15th, then they drop and we could get funded. So the stressful saga of will they, won't they continues. And because there are a handful of projects that are on shaky ground, our tax credit consultant has recommended that we stay on the list, but not stop our progress for the 4% program and see what happens on September 15th. Given that Vones, the developer, has offered to pay an additional $8,000 so that we could keep our foot in both programs up until that September 15th date. There's no resolution required. It would be great if you all would consider that and tell me if you support that or not, and I can relay the message and proceed from there.
Ma'am.
Now,
Ma'am,
yes.
I'm going for the 9%. We already got all of the funds, right?
No,
No.
not yet. Other projects appealed. They were going to lose tax credits and we were going to win. We were reviewed and analyzed as if we would obtain the tax credits. But at the last minute, the other projects that had to return the tax credits in order for us to get them appealed and were allowed to stay on at least until September 15th. So we're still in line. And the tax credit consultant suggested that we stay in the line, but keep on working on the 4%. Is that clear, or are there any questions?
Under the 4%, that's more money out of the city's pocket, correct?
Yes. So out of the 4%, that we would receive enough tax credits to cover approximately 30 to 35% of the project. And the permanent loan, which is what they call a mortgage, is going to be larger. They also allow for collection of rents that are higher, which means that it would not be market rate rents, it would still be affordable, but the people living in each home would be required to make more income than those in the 9%.
Follow-up
So,
question. If we,
excuse,
I have a follow-up question.
okay.
If the city of Cotulla chooses to withdraw and try to do this at a later time, how much money have we invested in this so far?
Over $100,000, and probably in the $120,000 or $30,000 range, including what the developer has spent. Well, I think Catullas has spent maybe 60 and the developer has spent 80. I can provide you a detailed report through Mr. Wright tomorrow morning.
The reason why I asked this, Mayor, is that Ms. Flores just stated that we're on an awful tight budget already. If we go into trying to continue with the 4%, we get that. Then we're putting our budget even at more of a strain than we already are gonna be looking at to begin with.
I think my recommendation is that we stay, and I think we're in agreement, I think, that we stay in line for that 9%, without any added funding. And not pursue that 4%. With the 9%, we already have the backing from the county. With the 4%, we're gonna end up in a $2 million deficit, and where's it gonna come? So.
So also as part of, okay,
So the county plan of allocating $2 million to it. The developer has got on that same grant for $1.6 million. That was with a 9 then. It's still. So then the 9 popped up and it's 9% in that thing.
So where does that $8,000 come from, David?
$8,000 is coming from volunteers on that, and we like it.
Okay. So there wouldn't be an added 88,000, because I know we've committed in the past. Okay.
Well, what is it, fund accounting, there's $1,000 around the team.
For it? 9% and stay in line.
Is there a change? Oh, I have a lot of questions. Is there a change from the 9% amount versus the 4% amount? You say it's 5 million. So how much is it for 5 million for the 4% and 9% is how much? Is this
3 million.
3 million for the 9%?
Yes.
That was already been raised. So we're good with the 9%. If we get that, but if we go to the 4, we're short.
Yes. Also, I did want to tell you all that because of these disaster acknowledgements, and because LaSalle County was included in the latest disaster relief declaration that the president declared on July 18th, that new construction as well as rehab qualifies for disaster funds. So there is now a new avenue to pursue for gap funding that could close the 3 million or the 5 million.
It should, but who's gonna stay on top of that?
Me.
Make sure
That will be my job.
Okay.
I have no follow-up questions. Okay, now, how does this, again, I'm gonna ask the same question I probably asked the last time. How does this affect with HUD with the housing authority?
Oh, I don't know about the housing authority. I'm sorry. But Ms. Ramos probably does know, and she could address that.
I wanna know how this is affecting, how this would affect the housing authority. I mean, are we going into some kind of thing that, that's gonna get us, we're gonna take away from housing?
No.
But you're gonna use vouchers.
But.
No, we are.
So you gotta know something. You gotta know something when it involves vouchers and a voucher system through HUD, that comes through Housing Authority. That, whether it's a Section 8, a Section 18, whichever you want to look at it, that comes through Housing Authority. The thing with Section 8, and I've told this council before, is that those residents get to pick where they want. We can't tell them where they're going. Okay? Those residents say, I want to go live there. That landlord said he would do the application. So we can't tell that resident where they're going to go through Housing Authority.
And we won't have to take any vouchers from HUD,
Yeah.
We don't take vouchers from housing.
Yes, but we would be relying that those residents would want to. That's what they're kind of. Yes.
So the 9% is how many?
Yes, that's the process.
The 9% is what? I know it's 3 million, but I'm saying, is that the low income people?
Yes.
And then the 4%
The 4
is
is
what?
more moderate.
Why? I think we're needing to take care of the low income.
Understood. So we want, that's what you decide today, whether you want to stay in the line for the 9 or continue and say, do the 4%, keep us there too. And then, Volunteers of America puts the other 8,000. We're not putting any more.
Well, as long as we don't take away from housing, I'm good. Housing, no vouchers, no nada. I mean, no, because then we're interfering with HUD. With Project 18, whatever that is.
But please know that if that facility comes up and that housing comes up, those residents do have the option to try to get in there. Yes, under the.
Quick on this, the way I think this project, it will move forward with providing housing also for the people that work. Also, this will move forward so the businesses can know that we have housing for income people that would attract also HB, urgent care, and so on, businesses.
I understand that.
It's project.
But as long as it doesn't take away from
yes.
housing, that's all I'm asking. I don't mind that.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I was just talking to him, answering him.
To clarify, there isn't like a set pool that Cotulla gets, and that's it. Cotulla has shown a certain level of demand, and that demand has not been met, which is why the Housing Authority has a long wait list. So what we are doing is we are helping create more housing. We are not taking away housing because there isn't enough right now. And the Housing Authority could build various phases and still not satisfy their wait list. So what we're doing is we're providing more housing for the long line that's in Cotulla. Now there is a discussion about perhaps getting some 10 of 50 project vouchers assigned to our project, but we do not have access with that, and discussions haven't really gone forward. So we need to do more research. We're not assuming that we will have project-based vouchers assigned to us through the Housing Authority. That is a side conversation for a later time. Now, the mayor is correct that there is a type of housing voucher that belongs with the individual, and that individual has the right to choose where to live anywhere in the city of Cotulla or LaSalle County, as long as the landlord will accept that voucher.
You had a question, sir?
The only question I'm concerned with, regardless whether it's the 9% or the 4%, what is the maximum that someone can make and be able to still qualify under these housing, regulations? Is it strictly gonna be people that are on that don't really have income, that are living off the system, or is it gonna be for our teachers, our nurses and stuff that are gonna come in? Or are they gonna have making too much money?
4%, right, David?
Well, really
Either or, but it's still open to all. So you're still gonna have an application process and everything else. One of them, I believe, was, Peggy, do you remember which one was the 70-30?
So the 4% will have an average median
Radio off.
income.
Radio off, sir. Radio off, please. Yes, sir. Absolutely understood. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. So the average median income of LaSalle County is $64,000 a year. That is what each household makes. So the 4%, or that average median income of all households. So the 4% is a combination that averages out to 60% of that AMI. So everyone who lives there will come together and average an income that is 60% of that $64,000 a year. So they all make less than the $64,000 a year. And HUD subsidizes it through the tax credits, and that's why they can afford to live there, because their rents are lowered according to what they can afford. Now, in the 9% program, you have a lot of 30% AMIs, 40 and 50% AMIs, which brings it lower. So maybe the average would be about 40%. So it would be for households that make less than half of that $64,000 a year. And in that project, the rent will be adjusted so that those people can afford that. And that's why you get more tax credits, because you need more tax credits to be able to keep the community up to code and maintained well and existing just like any other first tier rental community anywhere in the state of Texas.
So I'm just gonna touch base on that. So we're gonna be basically in the same boat we're in right now. I mean, you've got all field workers that work down here that, I mean, it's safe to say that some of them touch 100,000 a year. So are they gonna be excluded from this housing? Like, they're not gonna be able to live there, or?
Yes, that's why phase 2 is the market rate phase. And the developer for that phase is preparing to begin meetings with the city and the county and then give a presentation sometime in the fall to show what the market rate subdivision will look like. And that subdivision will be market rate homes that are garden style and maybe some townhome type style. But so in the end, it would be 120 or 130 new homes where the affordable housing is addressing the service workers and the hospitality workers who don't make a lot, and the garden home housing and the townhome housing will address the oil workers who do have a very solid income.
But you're talking about
I'm gonna touch base
phase
too.
2. We're talking about phase 1. Miss
I'm
Peggy,
talking about phase, exactly, Mr. Alvarado. I mean, I agree with you. I'm sure Mr. Ayala can attest to this. Is, you know, you have workers that work for the prison system right now that are probably gonna fall either short or right under what you're talking about. And this is I think this is the demographic we were after. So my question is it, is it even, should we even consider, continuing to achieve this program or not go through this program? Because what I'm seeing now is that people that are working in the community, such as the prison system, they make so much, but they have to commute. So right now, I think their demographic is all Laredo, Texas employees, and they have to commute.
There is zero funding for the market rate homes. So if the city wants to support that, it would be through a typical subdivision tax incentive kind of thing. There is no government funding for market rate. Now, the concept behind this that we've discussed a few times in the past, but maybe not as much recently, is that another problem with creating a market rate subdivision is attracting a builder who is willing to do it. And apparently it's been 24 years and no builders have been enticed to take on such a project. Having an affordable housing development with a 16-ish, it depends, they're different in each program, with a $16 million budget and a built-in builder that Vones uses all over Texas, creates an opportunity for the market rate phase to already have a highly qualified builder in town and just increase his project scope. So it's kind of a way to create an opportunity for the market rate one where using the affordable one, whereas without the affordable one, it would be very difficult to get a market rate idea going because there hasn't been one for 24 years that has been successful.
But you're bringing in a builder to do this. That builder doesn't, he's all about making a dollar. He can't do this for us.
Well,
that's what's been talked about before. So there is private developers for that stage 2. So what they're saying is that if we get to do this, that contractor's already coming in, right? And we have somebody already ready to say, because I'm already here, I can do that for that private contract, for that private marketplace housing.
But why can't he go ahead and say, well, gonna bring them in to build this phase 1. Why can't he just jump to phase 2?
Because nobody in 24 years has ever wanted to. And right now we do have somebody that wants to.
On the condition that he's got
Contractor's
this
gonna be here
16
doing
million.
this, and he can subsidize that. Travel and everything else. Nobody's wanted to come.
Out of Wazoo, y'all don't say anywhere.
Yeah.
Ms. Peggy.
Yes.
Well, this project, and I know I mention it all the time. It will still bring that daycare, right?
Yeah. Yes, for the residents.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go back to Mr. Rodriguez's comment earlier about bringing the HEBs and the Walmarts. I understand that's the end goal. But from what I'm hearing up front is that anybody who makes over a certain amount of money is not qualified for this housing. And that was not the goal at the beginning of this project. So I'm trying to understand where we took the turn or how this came about.
Part of the goal of this project was to attract the businesses for housing, to attract the businesses. That's what we want.
So, Ms. Peggy, is that somewhere it started shifting, but it didn't because Councilman Garcia, this is what we were always had in mind was the phase 2, and the only way to be able to afford that phase 2 was for us to commit to the phase 1, and that's kind of what it's about right now. The question is to us is going to be, are we going to let them continue to stay in line for the 9% housing? Or are we wanting to go ahead and still try to do the 4%? And that cost is $8,000, but the $8,000 is not coming from the city. Am I correct?
Correct. Yeah, zero from the city. The
So, it
developer
doesn't-
will pay it.
It doesn't
But the
require.
4%, the 4% would still be on the hook for 2 million, right? Is that what I understood earlier?
Right.
So I would say go ahead and pursue the 9%. I'm on board for the 9%, but as far as the 4%, I'm not too sure about that.
Council, did you hear that from David? Okay, so so we can pursue this, all right? Go ahead, David, go ahead.
Can you speak into the mic a little more? Because I can't hear anything if they're not
can't
close
hear
to
Yeah,
the mic.
so what I was saying is that last month we already had a resolution to move forward on the 4%. The city does, at the end of the day, the city, if we're in a deficit of $2 million, $100,000 or $100, the council would have to approve it at that point, and we could decide just not to do it if that's what the council chose. But it's worth taking the chance, because if we can raise the funds, Ms. Peggy just mentioned that there's federal monies available now from the disaster for new construction. So if we can fill the gap with that, then you're not paying.
You're not paying. So there's always a chance, right?
There's always a chance.
And the only thing that we need to know right now is that, do you want to just stay at the 9%, or do you want to go ahead and continue with the 9%, stay in line and keep going with the 4%, which is, it could be viable with all the flooding and everything that has happened.
I mean, it's possible, right?
Right.
Going for the 9%, but keep also going
Right.
for the 4%.
Right.
I mean, it was that because look, and I know I'm gonna be a little bit off track, okay? The goal is we want to the past council, and I'm not putting anybody down. The goal is we want to give the people that's y'all what y'all been asking for. Those businesses. That's what we want. That's the goal. And this is gonna help us bring that goal.
So what do we need today?
There's really not a vote today. This is informational purposes only, because
You still need to go ahead to continue.
she was looking for a consensus from council, the way I hear it.
Right.
There's no action on the.
There is no action.
There's no motion, nothing.
Do we still need to, appoint those directors to the PFC tonight? Given the change in circumstance on the 9%?
Yes, that would be good
All right.
if we want to do that on the PFC side.
No. So what are we doing next?
It's not,
All right.
it's good, but
Okay.
it's not urgent.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move to item number 13. To discuss.
Thank you, Miss Peggy.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Discuss and consider appointment of 3 permanent directors to the City of Petula Public Facilities Corporation.
Was, seems like it was forever ago, but, we created a public facility corporation that would actually own the facility where they needed to build a 9%, apartments or whatever it is that we're talking about here. And so we have 3 temporary directors that have to be put on there to get the Secretary of State's office to agree with. There really is nothing for them to do. It's just a political.
The formality.
It's a corporation so that the city doesn't. And it's kind of a liability thing, and it's how it's done. I worked with Peggy and then with another lawyer at Bracewell, and we were like under extreme deadline to get this done, and we got it done, and then found out we didn't get the grant anyway. But we have not had a meeting yet. in order to get it going, although it doesn't really have anything to do, we have to appoint 3 members. Now, my research on this is that typically the public facility corporations have elected officials. So you're still gonna have to post agendas and all of this, but, I don't know if you want to think about it, like you said, you don't have to do it tonight. There probably wouldn't be much in the way of work, at least not right now, that they would be doing.
You would have to resign.
Right. So
And then they-
well, what would happen is you'd have the meeting, after the meeting you resign.
Resign, and then count the point.
What's happening on who would be, the direct recommendations for those directors, the permanent directors?
Whoever wants another job.
Whoever wants to do more work. Whoever wants to do more free.
The mayor and 2 council members, the mayor pro temp and 2 council members.
I would recommend county judge and around about $2 million for the job.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So there may be one for the county chief and then whoever wants to do it.
Is that something y'all are, want to do today? And do you have recommendations for that, who those directors would be? I would agree with David that the judge should be one because he would be sitting or they would be helping us with funding. Okay.
Yes, I agree with that.
You second that?
I make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have a motion to table this, and how long do you want to table it? Remember, August was right upon us, and we got a lot of stuff going on, including budget. So, yeah, the motion is to table it for when?
Our next meeting, and that
Next-
way we get.
Next meeting is August 13th. That's a couple of weeks away.
Yeah.
Get September 13th, if we are gonna get the 9% or not. So at that time, right around that, definitely have to have that vote.
September 13th? Yeah. September
September
13th,
13th.
the meeting in September. Do I have a second on that still?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of table to September's meeting, and deciding on those, permanent appointments with the 3 directors, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, tabled. All right, here we go, number 14. Discuss and consider an act on final design approval of the Plaza Florita improvements. Do we have somebody representative? Yes, we do. Who's getting?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deepa Modadagu from Able City Architects, San Antonio. A little bit about Florita Plaza. We had, just to recall some of the events that has happened in the past. We had a couple of community engagement meetings that we hosted few months back with all the stakeholders. And we went over the history of Florita Plaza, and we also had design workshop. We had spoken about the history and significance of the Florita Plaza, the features, and how historically it is significant. And we wanted to get some insight from all the stakeholders about what was the priority and what everyone felt about this place and how it had to be restored. Can you keep going to the next slide? So that's a little bit of, I mean, I think this slide was presented. I just want to talk quickly about what happened. So the 2 stakeholder meetings was held, and we came up with the vision statement and the mission statement, which we will look at in a minute. And also, we kind of got some feedback from all the stakeholders in terms of design and how everyone wanted it to be restored. So we came up with a couple of design options, which we presented, and this presentation was part of that, which we did a couple of months back. So we went back with more feedback with the design options that were provided. And this presentation carries that one design that everyone liked and approved, which has some plans and renderings that we have done, kind of getting the feel of what Florita Plaza is going to be when it's completely done. Going to the next slide. That was a little bit history on, sorry, I can't see far, so I'm looking at my phone as well. So these are the historic pictures that we collected and the significance of Florida Plaza, how it was used and how it was a congregation's place for all the people there. And I think they had few events which was historically significant. There were a lot of high school events that happened. The fountain, the central kiosk, which was used as a stage. So there are some really cool features, the benches placed all around the park, and the axis of the symmetry of the park with the Wellhausen school that was initially designed for. So we have considered all of that, and we discussed about the significance. Can you go to the next slide, please? So we involved the stakeholders, and then we also had the design workshop where we went over all the possible options, what was important, what was significant. And then we created this priority matrix, the next slide, where we came across items that we thought was important and significant. Some of them are accessible pathways and surfaces, shaded areas, landscaping, public art, historic preservation, seating, picnic tables, and we were also looking at some of the play area and the lighting of the Plaza Florida. And then we had all the stakeholders kind of take a vote what's important for them, and we came up with a list of items that took the top priority. And the top 5 items that everyone agreed to was, can you go to the next slide? The next one. So the historic preservation was very important, and that's exactly how we felt about it, considering the historic significance of the park. And the lighting was requested because I think the lighting would make use of evening and late night activities and music events. Greenery and trees was another thing that everyone wanted, which means they also requested for drought-tolerant landscaping and shaded areas, accessible pathways and surfaces, and seating. Those were the 5 to 6 items that we considered that's significant for this project. And we established this mission statement and the vision statement. The next 2 slides. The mission statement that we came together and established was Florida Plaza displays the rich history and culture of Mexican Americans in Cachula, offering a place to gather for residents, tourists, and future generations to come, supporting local business and the tourism industry. And we also developed the vision statement. Florida Plaza is the historic symbol of our community center that is inclusive and unifies the community. The plaza continues to honor and recognize the traditions and Mexican American heritage and vision. So those are the statements that we developed, which was significant for everyone here. And if you want to go to the next slide, we just have some images capturing the important aspects of Florida Plaza, the central kiosk, the fountain, the benches. And we also have a plaque that was installed a few years back when there was some restoration that happened. And there is a very nice big tree on one side of the park. And all those elements were required to be restored. Now I want to bring our landscape architect on board. They have come up with the design options or the final design after discussing few design options. This is the final design that we all agreed upon, which I'll let Caleb from Coral Studio present you all.
Okay. Oh yeah, can you go to the next slide, please? Thanks, Deepa, and yeah, thanks for your all's time. I'm Caleb Ethers from Coral Studio. We're excited to be here for sure, and thanks for y'all's time. I know we have had a long night, and the crickets are kicking us out, so bear with me. I'll try to run through this quickly, but definitely happy to stay here and answer any questions there might be. So we have this plan and then some renderings following that we'll go through. I know this plan is maybe a little hard to read. There's smaller prints. I do have a few copies. I don't know if you want me to pass these larger ones around and maybe a little bit bigger at least. But So yeah, we'll just run through it. So we we were brought to this project and really excited about restoring the historic feel to this. And I think that um, just been able to hear the excitement. I know my first visit actually, Mel gave us a tour and a lot of the history and stuff. So that was awesome. We appreciated his time and getting to know the space and kind of the historical use of the site. And so that's what we really tried to bring back with Able City, along with some other things just to really improve the space for the citizens' use. So number one is the proposed parking. So you can see we've kind of defined the parking edges around the street and also provided these little bump outs. So it's really creating an aesthetic kind of visual as you come to the park, but also a safer pedestrian crossing on all these streets, and then safer parking as well. 2 and 3, the amended paths and the existing benches, are obviously an important part of the historic feel of this park. So any of the pathways that do not meet ADA will be rebuilt. And then the same thing with the benches. A lot of those are in disrepair. The idea is to restore those and bring them back kind of to their significance. Number 4 is that large existing oak tree. We're definitely planning to preserve that, celebrate that tree. It's kind of the one, shade tree that survived and done well. And then you can see we're adding a lot more shade trees, which are those green circles, right, to over time bring back shade. And as it gets hotter every year, just provide for that for people's use. Number 5 is the multi-use lawn. So you might know that that's where the current pavilion is that I believe the community has wanted to remove. And so what we're doing with this design is adding beauty and like the aesthetic kind of symmetry. That's the word I was looking for. Symmetry back to the space with the pavilions and everything, and really from the Wellhausen School, really providing that view corridor back. Right now it's blocked by that pavilion, but so this plan is opening up that view and really celebrating that view from the school to the Kiosco. And so number 5, which is the green lawn now, right? That is the pavilion today, but in the proposed plan, that's the lawn space. So the idea is that now you're opening up this multi-use lawn for, kids to play, kick a soccer ball around, have movie nights, really expand that outdoor plaza area. Number 6 is just the planting area. So behind the Kiosco, the idea is to kind of celebrate that view, like we were saying. And so that would be ornamental trees, native plantings to kind of backdrop the Kiosco view, create a butterfly kind of pollinator garden was, I think, one of the wish from some of the community. Number 8 is the existing palm trees. So we are removing some palm trees for more shade trees, but keeping those 2 palm trees on Lane Street, and it kind of accentuates that view from the school. Number 9 is the new shade structure. So shade, like Deepa said, was obviously we're taking away the existing shade structure. So we wanted to make sure we put something back that provided shade for people to be able to use the space, but then also was more aesthetically pleasing and really celebrated the historical aspects of the park. So those 2 kind of white ellipses on the top and the bottom of the plan would be new shade structures. The stage, that's another thing that today it doesn't, it's a little too small for a band, right? So if we take away the pavilion, the idea is we would bring out a wood deck that comes off of the Kiosco. And so that does 2 things. One, allows you to bring a band like you're using right now in the pavilion and be able to use the Kiosco for that. And it also provides ADA accessibility to that stage and the Kiosco, which is currently not accessible. Number 11 is the existing water feature. So the idea is keeping that placement, but restoring it to be functional. And then 12 is lighting. Deepa mentioned that. That's something we talked with Mel on site about and some of the other folks. The lights there today are very like almost stadium-esque, right? And you can't get this nice nighttime feel, doesn't pedestrian feel. And so the idea is to bring in pedestrian lighting so it's safe, but it's a much lower pole, a much more kind of lower level of light instead of lighting it up like a football field. Number 13 is the pedestrian scale Market Street. So if you can slide down just a little bit on this slide so we can see the Buckley Street piece. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So this is, I think, an exciting part that and actually Able City, as part of the master plan a few years ago, I think had the same idea with y'all, and we kind of came back to it. And it's kind of an exciting piece. So the idea here, and also along with, I know there's discussion of Guadalupe Hall being kind of restored, which is, you know, barely seen on the aerial here south of that number 14. But the idea is to really celebrate this as a market street, and to be able to, it would still be functional as a street, but you could close it off with bollards, you know, as you wanted. You know, it could be closed whenever, if it's just weekends, if it's just for market days, if it's just for events, for safety aspect. But then it would be open whenever you deemed needed to for a street. And what we see in that is with the existing restroom, I guess I didn't mention that, but the existing restroom that's non-functional on the park space would be going away. And you'll have this nice restroom on the bottom left, right, which fairly cut off number 18. The idea is not only does that Market Street provide another function, but now it safely connects the restroom to the park space for kids and families crossing there to go to the restroom, and then really just extends the park space and into a whole new use. Number 14 is Cakewalk. We were really excited whenever we saw the cakewalks in the pavilion and on the street right there. I hadn't done a cakewalk since I grew up in Victoria, and hadn't done one since my days back there. But so we thought it would be fun with the Guadalupe Hall potentially coming on as an event center and reinvigorating the park space, is to really celebrate that cakewalk. And so kind of formalize that. So it wouldn't just be white paint on the ground. It might be concrete, you know, or tiles or something that kind of celebrates that idea. 15 is the bollards. I kind of already have talked about that. And then the rest of these is just kind of the trees and the existing facilities. But that's kind of an overview of the park. And then we'll go through a few. I'll let, there's an image page too. If you want to just look at the image page real fast, this kind of just shows some of the ideas, but then we also have some great renderings that maybe explain it better. But this is just things like the cakewalk, the Market Street. On the top right is the idea of some of that shade structure. And then, yeah, I think there's about 6 more pages. If I'll let Shelby go through those.
Hi, y'all. I'm Shelby. I work at Coral Studio as well as a landscape designer. So I'm just going to be going through a couple renderings. So these are just to kind of give you a feeling of what the space might feel like if you were actually standing in it. Because sometimes it's hard to visualize when you're looking. We're not birds, right? So we don't look at things from that angle. So yeah, if you can, I'm ready. Thank you. These, we just have a couple slides right here about what plant materials we might use. So these are just some different options for species. They haven't been assigned yet, but the idea is just to choose things that get you kind of a balance of shade value quickly, and then also being obviously good uses of water and providing some seasonal color. Yeah. And this is that same idea. These are just some plants that are low water use, native, and some of them flower to attract pollinators, which can be a really fun program for kids and honestly adults. I think it's awesome to have butterflies around. So those are just some options. Okay. And now we'll start kind of visualizing. So thank you. So this one would be as if you were standing kind of on the sidewalk in the direction of Wellhausen School. So you'll see that that historic plaque has been moved so that it's not blocking that lovely oak tree. And it's also sort of framing your view back to the kiosko, whereas right now that pavilion kind of obstructs that view. You'll also see that those benches, like Caleb was saying, would just be refurbished, not really changed. And they'll still be facing out to kind of honor the history of promenades in this plaza. All right, so this is standing, if you look at your plan, kind of on that concrete, again, kind of more in the direction of Wellhausen School, and looking at what that kiosk and what that stage could look like. So it wouldn't change anything about the kiosk itself. Obviously, that's historical and really beloved, but it's just the idea of bringing the stage to it. And you can't quite see it in the rendering, but the ramps would be on either side. so that the stage and the kiosk could be ADA accessible. And then you'll also see the idea for those shade structures is something kind of wooden, nice, but a little bit softer so that you're not obstructing the view of that kiosco in the same way while still providing shade for these kinds of daytime events. This is just a fun, it's the same rendering really, but just showing what it could be like at night. So those shade structures could have nice integrated light, that kiosk could have some light. You could have a band up there. I know last time we were here, I heard that you guys love to cumbia. So you could also have your dance floor. And that's the idea with this one, a good party space. Okay, so this rendering is obviously looking just before that historic fountain. The idea is to preserve the character of that fountain and its history, but just to get it working again and kind of breathe some new life and love into it. And the same idea with those benches and planters. And then this view, you can see just a little bit of the kiosco there, but it is standing kind of like at the sidewalk closest to Buckley Street, or kind of on that edge, and looking into the idea of having those native plants behind the kiosco, framing it, and just like softening that view, and then also hopefully bringing in some pollinators while not using too much water. This also shows the light fixture that matches the one on South Front Street. I think it has nice character for this kind of application. Okay. And then this view, I think lastly, is just showing you that, oh, sorry, got a little ring. Showing you that existing live oak. So obviously it's a rendering, so we can't capture like the majesty of 100-year-old's tree, but it's just that idea of what that view would look like. You'll see the kiosco and you'll see the shade structures, like they're there, but hopefully they're not obstructing your view because of the natural materials and the possibility to use vines. Oh, okay, one more. This is the idea of the Market Street. So you could have it closed down, and where you see those white lines, it's a little bit of a placeholder, but it could be like a concrete that's maybe etched in a different way, or it could be some kind of tile that's safe to drive on. But just like Caleb was saying, something that like formalizes that and makes something really fun and light, kind of like bakes it into the plaza. So.
That was gonna be right close to the church right there.
Yes, sir.
There's some very beautiful designs, and it's giving it's giving our people quality and beautifying our area. This project is awesome. It's amazing. I mean, I agree. It's good.
Reference to, could you back up to the, where the flowers are, where the, light post is? Right, is there a way to put, Mr. Tower? You know, the tower that would come up probably 8 or 10 foot that would mist out. Two things, it would help, put extra water into that to save on sprinkler system. And two, as the mist comes down, it would help cool the area for the people that would be in there.
So the idea is, the next thing is, once this gets approved, we will be working on the documentation of having the drawings for permitting, bidding, and construction. So we can definitely consider looking into exploring that option and make it part of our bidding documents and see what the cost would be, because again, we are working on a limited budget, but definitely we can consider and look into those options.
And follow-up question, reference to drainage. Was any drainage considered in the design of this? Because I know I went over there after a good rain in Buckley and Goodwin. It floods on that corner there and it holds water.
So we have civil engineers on board. We will be looking into the grading and existing drainage system, and we'll figure out if there are any issues. I mean, yeah. I think it has a natural sloping water out of the plaza area.
It has it out, but if we have an event and it comes to flood, then that side where the restroom is, it holds water in the corner.
Yeah. The existing restroom in the park or the new restroom? Okay.
Coming back to the original restroom project was to do all the grading in there and getting the flow correct. I believe in that project, it was around $300,000 to do that, but we amended it and waited for this project. Topside Civil is working with Able City for the drainage in that area. And my one question that I have for you is that, do you have an estimated cost of project yet, including roads and parks?
We have not. That's the next step.
That part of the road is gonna be closed, right? Where that,
At the market is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea. Whenever we have the market, the road will be closed.
it's gonna be closed right there in front of the Guadalupe, right? Okay,
Right, yes.
so it's gonna be all in one. It's gonna be
Yeah,
very
it-
beautiful after
It should become
that
more
church is gonna
pedestrian
be built
friendly and-
also, and
yeah.
it's gonna be very beautiful area.
Yeah, I think it's going to revitalize the whole neighborhood. Everyone is going to find different ways to use the spaces.
I'm very, very excited for this project.
Yeah, we are too, actually. It's very intimate.
A long time coming, this project here, this area in specific, even in my 25 years of being here, has seen, a lot of neglect over the years. And it was really special, for the council here to actually get this one right. So, and this is what we have before us now, and I think it looks beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, like I said, we will take it to the next level of doing the documentation and figure out the budget on the project. Again, I don't know what the current numbers are, but we will definitely look into that and probably it can be phased out based on what it's going to cost. But again, we have considered everything that is required and we have eliminated things that are not important. So if we can't accomplish everything at one go, we can definitely phase it out.
Anything else?
Can I say something quick? I wanna speak a little bit out of my heart, okay?
Okay.
The thing is that I'm seeing this town, you always have to have a vision, you have to have goals. And I see them being accomplished. We upgraded the lights. We have the project also for the city park. We're also working on another project over there by the Mustang Creek over there. We also have Whitetail Ridge Apartments. We also have on Front Street. I mean, we're moving forward. Plus this project, we already accomplished already the restrooms. This town is getting beautified. I mean, we're moving
Has a lot of
forward, and
Culture and history, yes.
and
it
with
needs to be
this,
recognized.
it's gonna attract people. Whitetail Ridge Apartments is gonna attract businesses. Everything is adding up. You have to have a vision. You have to have goals. Have a positive mindset.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just something that I just wanted to speak out. The thing is that I'm seeing this town is gonna be in the next couple of years. It's gonna be a very beautiful town. You'll see.
Yeah, and that's what I realized too when I started working on this project with Able City when I moved. And after meeting David, that's what I realized. This city has so much culture and history, and it has such passionate people who all want that
And then
change.
the county also helping us out. They beautified something. It's just something that I want to speak. I'm sorry about that, but the county beautified also, so the park. So yeah, it's just I see us moving forward.
Father, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Moving on to number 15. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Which was it? To approve? Was there any recommendations for adjustments or something you wanted to see, or did you want to take this at the way?
Plan.
Okay. Do I have a motion
Pick the first motion.
to proceed to a plan?
I know it's wood, is it wood?
Yeah.
In the future, it's gonna deteriorate, with a year, especially this part of the nation. Can it be done with some kind of purling, like two-coat purling? Yeah,
So there are options. There is wood, there is metal that looks like wood. We can explore those options. Again, it all comes with a and cost associated with it. So we
And
can
that-
provide you options and alternates
But it's
and,
up to,
yeah,
And it could be composite too. There's all sorts of materials that can be used. Yeah.
yeah. So there are possibilities. We will,
we have
yes.
ability to rate.
Yeah, yeah, we get that.
We're hot. It's hot.
I know. It's a bit more than.
Okay. All right. All in favor of proceeding to, find out what this project would cost our city, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I guess I'm trying to go home early, right? All right, let's go, keep moving to number 15. We're good, David? Authorization to solicit for request for qualifications, RFQ for auditing services. Any discussion?
Mayor, I'm the one who brought this up because of the sort of budget workshop that they gave us from the auditors. I have concerns. I have concerns about it, and I just want to open it up to have a different kind of auditor to see what else we can get, who we can get that can help us, you know, because I've seen the budget and stuff like that, so it's a lot of negatives. So I'm just wanting to find somebody else.
I got it for you. Mr. Flores, give me. How do you work with these, auditors?
I work fine with them. The city currently does not have a contract. The last year's audit was the last year of the contract. So we don't have an auditor right now.
You work well with these auditors.
This is very, I can work well with
Another auditor, he would create problems for you
not necessarily, no. No, I mean, an audit is an audit, so,
So
certainly have to-
my concern was when they plain out lied to us. I mean, that was my concern. I mean, they said that it was our fault that they were late instead of taking action and blaming it back on the city and staff. And I was working with Juanita in 2025 and they worked their butts off. And when that left me with a no need for them kind of conference. So you're saying that in pursuing another auditing company, it would not affect other than what we're producing pretty much.
with so many different.
Hold on.
I would recommend that we at least go out for qualification, see, who submits a proposal.
Yeah, so the only thing I want to say about this is we're gonna be coming up on the audit again. And we do have to have some kind of letter of understanding, I would say, with this auditor. And then 27, if we get RFQ, once we get through all this process, the 2027 year audit is when we would start with the new auditor. Is that something? We're just too close right now, and then we have a deadline to get the audit in.
My question this though, those auditors, I'm sorry. They didn't have a plan. They waited for us to provide the information. That's not an auditor. There's timelines. They request things, they review things, they want us to upload into Encode. They want us to make sure that we have everything because it takes all the way up to February by the time they can close out that audit for March 31st. So my concern was that they waited for us and then they blame us. So there's nothing to hide. You have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I would rather have new vision, new eyes to look at our budget.
2025 was on time, that audits. The prior audits, the two prior were not. And what my impression was is that we were waiting for them because it was tax season. That's what I was told. You know, I was not told that we were, staff was lacking anything. I wasn't told that. My only concern is with the current year audit coming up, I want to be on time so the city doesn't get fined. That's the only thing I'm worried about. We could shift, you know, it doesn't matter to me. Change.
Today we can post it. We can post it, approve it to go out for bids. 2 weeks, put it in the paper and then go out for bid and
I recommend we go out for qualification. I haven't even talked to the auditor, so I'm not even sure that they're interested in that, in doing the audit for the city. for this next year.
Business wise, that's not an auditor.
I mean, if they're interested, they can submit a proposal, then we'll look at the proposal then and make a decision at that point. I will have a conversation with them soon. No, no.
Did you have some, Mr. Alvarado?
No, I just, so this won't affect anything. We're just asking for, information from other people, correct?
As long as it doesn't affect us.
Right.
Then it will come back to council for council to approve a new auditing company.
Okay,
So motion.
you make a motion
Go
to,
out for a bid.
okay, all in favor? We're going, number 15, to authorize the solicitation of request for qualification for auditing system, say aye. All opposed? Motion carried. Number 16, this is, to discuss and consider an act on authorization to solicit request for qualifications for legal services. Discussion?
Well, I don't have nothing against Mr. Benya. There's nothing wrong. I just think that, it would be nice just to go out for bid to see what we can reapply again. Nothing bad, but I think we need to have our options. I don't know how long Mr. Benya has been here with the city, but, I think maybe we can just bid it out. Again, we might get it back.
Benya's been in the city for a while, he's a native from Catula. He gives it 100% or more. I know that David Wright and several employees from the city contact his office or him personally and doesn't charge the city. And that's a big benefit. And another benefit is that he was raised here in Catula where his parents were both teachers. He comes from good principles and morals and values, and he would not put the city in jeopardy for any reason because he is a big taxpayer here. He lives there part-time. And like I said, he has attorney from Catula, and I don't see why we need to change an attorney. That's my personal opinion. Second of all, he's a good advisor. Whenever we have ideas or questions, if you look at the whole picture, his firm is one of the top 5 law firms in the state of Texas that do city work. Number 1, correction, number 1. So I personally, I want to keep his opinion.
So I have in front of you also, you have a letter of support, from David, and that's in all your packets. The other thing that was presented to you today was, professional biography and resume from Mr. Pena as well. I can tell you that, Mr. Pena and I developed a working relationship at the beginning. Of course, I was in a learning stage. I would ask questions. The questions that I posed to Mr. Pena were always truthful and true and complete. I dealt with a different kind of council. This council has been awesome. I love what we're doing right now. I absolutely. But that being said, the hard questions that I've asked Mr. Pena, the conversations that we have had candidly have been at 8 o'clock in the morning and have been at 10, 11 o'clock at night. So he has been available and answers, gives me the answers that I need. There is some things that are coming up with different entities that are trying to come into our community. And I would like that to have that knowledge base there. I believe he has had some experience there and has been fruitful with that information with me and could be with you guys too. If you ask him, he's going to tell you. And I have in the past year or so seen where he tries to keep that middle line. he's an advisor to us, right? He is the legal. He has to tell us what we need to hear. And he's supposed to tell us what.
The thing
Not
about
supposed to take sides, I'm not supposed to do any of that, but when asking it for advice, he has been fruitful with that. That I can say.
Peña is a legal advisor. He's gonna advise us if it's right or wrong. But at the end of the day, the city council makes those decisions, if they wanna pass an orders or whatever it is. But he's gonna consult us if it's, ethical or not ethical.
Right.
And that's what I like about Mr. Peña. Some of us might not wanna agree with the decision he makes, but legally, that's a correct,
Not the decision, but the recommendation.
that recommendation.
For the past couple of years, since I've been elected here, I've gotten to know Mr. Peña. I've never knew him, saw him, that's pretty much it, but being here with the council, I mean, I hear him out, I've learned so much from him. I like when he speaks up, that means because he knows something. He knows something's right or something ain't right. I mean, it's something's wrong or something's right, and I mean, I don't have a problem keeping him here. I'm very, Code Tula is very blessed to have him as an attorney here, and he's from here. So I mean, to me, I'm all for Mr. Peña.
Attorney, city administrator, city secretary, employees of the city. Every time you have a change of government, that's why, there's some cities that they don't progress because we're always changing. We're changing now because I don't like David Wright. David Wright is wrong. David Wright, this is because David Wright, we're flooded. Because David Wright, we got flooded in this, and that's not right. But what I'm trying to say is, if it ain't broken, leave it alone. They're doing a great job.
Mr. Alvarado?
Again, this is just like the auditors. We're just sending out to see what's out there. No decision will be made tonight. I'm for just asking questions, seeing the information that's out there and see what's available. We don't make a decision tonight. We're just putting stuff out there to see what's out there. There might not be anybody that's wanting to even try to come to Cotulla, because we are pretty good ways from Laredo and a pretty good ways from San Antonio. So I don't see the point in at least asking the question.
Well, I'm not included. Oh. I would like to say something. I come from a business aspect, nothing personal. We don't stay with the status quo all the time. Again, I don't have nothing personal against the auditors nor Mr. Peña. Mine is business wise. I don't take things personally. I am a business person. I know everybody. I know a lot of people here, but my job is as a council person responsible for the things that we need to do for our city. There's nothing personal. It's business. That's why I did it. Again, I have nothing against Mr. Peña. But unfortunately, we're able to be, not unfortunate, it's fortunate that we're able to make those kind of decisions to open it up. But I understand what you're saying. But again, I don't do it personally. I do it business. Okay? That's all. That's the only reason why I asked for it.
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear your question earlier. Can you guys hear me?
We can't hear you, and I was just trying to afford you the opportunity to still be a part of this council.
It kind of blanked out there. I couldn't hear your question. Yeah, as far as Mr. Peña goes, I have no issues with the service he's provided, and I'm also going to motion that we continue with his services.
Okay, all in favor of you have to be visual. I have to see him, right? What'd you say? Yeah.
Right there. Can you see me now? Yes, I'm also going to motion that we continue with his services. I have no problem with the issue, the services he's provided thus far, and I think he's doing a great job, and I'm gonna go ahead and motion that we continue with his services.
Peter gets it. The agenda is, do we go out for RFQs? Is there a motion? Is there not a motion?
That's what the motion is. It's not that we keep.
I would like to add a couple of things. I have never charged you if I would drive it here, because I'm here all the time anyway. I can charge mileage, I don't. And I feel like it's an honor to be here. I appreciate the confidence so shown in me. I've been here about 25 years. And, I could have retired years ago if I wanted to, but it's important. In fact, we're my only municipal client that actually does meetings. I have other people I do work for a while. I do it because it's important to me. And it's important to me to see the city, and it has progressed. I could point a list of accomplishments we've done here, but I'm not gonna do that. When I came here in 2000, what it looks like in 2026, or you can't even compare the differences. The city can hire who they want to. I think the one thing that you're not gonna get is somebody that cares. But I do, but that's fine. It's not my job as an attorney to care. It's my job to give you legal advice. And, you know, I try to be available. I get called on Sundays, Saturdays. Try doing that with another law firm. Try to see if they're not going to charge you at least half of their time to travel here when they come to your meetings. That are called all the time. We got another meeting Monday one. You know, if that's what you want to do, you can do it.
I call him 7 days a week, 24 hours is available. I've called him on Sunday, Saturday. He's always been there for us, and through everything that we've had to go through here at the city, I've called him on all of it. And he's been there every single time.
I do it because it's important, not because I want somebody to tell me I'm doing a good job. You know, I don't need that. I'm an old man now, you know, I've done what I'm gonna do in this life, but it still is important to me to serve. And I find that serving the city is important.
So the question to you is not whether we continue this way. The question to you is whether we go to an RFQ. And so I had a motion. Do I still have a motion to authorize or to solicit a request for qualifications for legal services? You see? So I don't have a motion to even vote on it. Is there a second?
Motions. What?
Any more? The motion is to authorize to solicit for requests for qualifications for legal services. That's the question to you. That's what's. Yes, that.
Well,
No,
can I motion that we do not go out for RFP? Can I do that?
you can.
Okay, I motion that we do not go out for RFP to look for legal counsel.
Okay, do I have a second? Yes, give me a second or we can't vote.
No, I'm saying that
I
we're not gonna
second.
go out.
We're not gonna get.
We're
an
not going
RFQ.
to go out.
Yes, I'll second to not go out for RFQs as far as legal
Okay,
counsel.
there's a second. So all in favor of not soliciting a request for RFQs for legal services, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Right. Got it? Are we good?
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, let's go forward. This is discuss and consider financial report for Cotulla Housing Authority. This is more just a presentation to close out. Are you there, Sandra? Come on, Sandra, come on. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. This is her presentation to close out 24-25, right, Sandra? We never, for whatever reason, should have been done in December. There was a lot of stuff going on. We didn't get it earlier in the year. We need to close her out for 24-25 so we can move forward, okay? I think what was sent to us was a 30-day balance sheet and stuff. And I don't know if she's got a new and updated, but it's just really oversight for them so that we have, and it's they're fall under the umbrella, so that's one of their requirements as per their bylaws.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Excuse my voice. Currently, I talk a lot all day. As the mayor was saying, now I did verify that this were the year-end financials. Now, I came in on September the 15th. Work stopped in August. So, a lot of the documents were not available, but I did receive the last financial statements that were submitted to the accountant that they had at the time. And so with what I had available, me and Lindsay were able to do our year end for 2025. Now, like I said, there was not that much activity that happened in August. In September, the previous administration stopped, one of them was let go on the 5th. And when I came in, the only thing that I did in September was make sure that payroll went out on the 15th and the 30th. And then from there, I did reach out to check and make sure that there was no outstanding accounts payable. And then I also reached, which is one of the things I do whenever I go anywhere for the first time, I will contact IRS and make sure there's nothing outstanding in the past to when I start. And so that closed out 2025. You're ending 12/25. I do want to state that moving forward, things will be different. Everything is all, even our payroll is done by a third party and it's direct deposit. Everything is computerized. Now the reason we went out and got a new accountant was not because we let go of the previous one, but was been a week from when the ED was let go. They contacted us and told us that they were terminating their services with us. So they were not let go. They terminated their service. So therefore we went out and got a new accountant service. Does anybody have any questions for me?
So I'm gonna take a little moment here. I want to introduce to you also, Tommy, would you please stand, please? Thomas Luis Gonzalez, this is the new chair of the Commission for Housing Authority. He had just been elected, I guess, as he walked in the door and was brand new. So I want to introduce him. So we got a new chair. We still have Pete Nunez as the vice chair. Sandra has done a lot of work trying to put together and piece together what was found. Okay, and so it's taken a lot of revamping, a lot of the commission trying to work and doing SOPs, also doing added bylaws and clarifying what they have. Just an extreme. I expect that her next report at the end of the year, where this closeout, will be totally different than what you're getting today. But she's got to have some closure for that 24-25. And that's why she's come to you. Thomas, would you like to say anything? No? Okay. Any questions? No? We're good right now? Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Oh, informational. All right, moving on to number 18. This is the medical rates and benefits quote for City of Cotulla fiscal year 26-27.
sorry, Juanita, I couldn't hear you, the last part. So.
It's better for the employer. Yeah. It's probably going up almost 50% in the last 3 years. So it's becoming not how effective to keep it the way it currently is and keeping it free for the employees. So we definitely went out shopping for it, and we found a savings that'll help us for maybe a year or two before it goes up to that.
Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yes, now.
Okay, not with TMO. Yeah, okay. I know. Going with? Is it option 2 that y'all are going with? On the, oh, the 11%? I can't even, I can't try to turn the thing around, I can't even, and I. Oh,
The last column,
okay.
the Blue Cross Blue Shield Texas underwriter.
Oh, there it is. I can't turn it around. Yeah.
You see it? You want mine?
Yes, it's just, I can't turn it around anymore. Okay. So what is the deductible and is, okay. What about, I didn't even look at that. I can't turn it around. The x-rays,
Yeah.
is it 100% cope? Okay, is it?
They would be going.
Okay, that's fine. All right. I just want to make sure that we have best for the staff. Okay. Okay. That'll work. That'll work. Good. A motion that we approve. Is it got a motion to approve? Okay. The Blue Cross Blue Shield.
And that's the last column, right? You said 20,000? Okay.
602.
All right. So I guess we have a motion already for the medical rates and benefits full as presented to you in front for 26-27. I have a motion and I have a second. All in favor of approval, say aye. Aye. I need the ayes. That's 2.
Aye.
Okay, good. All opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. All right, moving on. Number 19. This is discuss, consider an act on approving overtime pay for exempt salary employees during the recent flood disaster or possible consideration of incentives for the hours worked submitted by reimbursement for federal management agency, FEMA.
That they've done, they were here for the community, so I will approve their overtime.
That you would like to take that.
Yes, I'm motion for that.
Hold on, we have missed it.
This matter due to the fact that, I've uncovered some, information from FEMA that, there's certain things that the city is required to do. And if you don't mind,
Want to save it for executive session before anything gets stuck in, so I'm going to the executive session under attorney consultation. All right, I'm gonna put that on hold for right now, number 19. Moving on to number 20, and that's gonna be consultation with attorney for personal matters. Let me go back. Texas Government Code as annotated in section 551.071, parentheses 1, close parentheses, parentheses 2, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters, 551.087, economic development, to discuss the following items. Item A, discussion regarding the amendment of city administrator employment agreement concerning performance evaluations, reporting procedures, and administrative protections. Item B, personnel matters. And item C, economic development. And item D, expectations and contemplated of litigation. And item 19, to discuss and consider approving the overtime for exempt employees. All right. Do I have a motion to go into closed session? What?
We're gonna come back to that.
We're gonna come back. I'm moving it to closed session so we can, yeah, no. Yeah.
Or whatever you want to do, but I just wanted to, we can talk about what you provided.
Okay. We're good? Second? Okay. Do I have a motion to go into closed session? Okay, all in favor of going into closed session, I'm sorry, say aye. All opposed? All right, 10:07. currently 11:32, and we are back in open session. On executive session item discussion in regarding amendment to the city administrator's employment, no action taken. Personnel matters, no action taken in executive session. Economic development was just for information, no action taken. Expected or contemplated litigation, again, information, no action taken. We did go to executive session on item 19. Do I have a motion? Do I have any motions on item 19? Do we have, to table it until when, or what are we doing?
Until, September 13th.
Actually, that one, since we moved it to August 27. Since I'm asking for you to change the regular meeting to August 27, you got more time. I wanted August 27. Yeah, okay, so I got it. Did you second what? Okay, all in favor of, changing, item 19, tabling to the 27, say aye.
All right.
All opposed? Motion carries. All right, here we go. Big question. To what? To adjourn. I got a motion. I got a second. All in favor of adjournment, say aye. Closed. Hold on. It's not official. We're done.